is the aim of our lives? What is the aim of whatever we are doing, our careers? What are we going to achieve, and what do we want? Uh, and also analyze the concept of success. What exactly is success? Because all these things are related. We are students, and we are, studying and working hard towards something, and there has to be an end. There has to be a reason why we are doing all these things. So to make sense out of all these things, because a lot of times we do things and we don't even realize that what we are doing and why exactly we are doing. So there's some amount of contemplation. Okay, so the moment I had talked about the word remarkable man, I said that I had observed a few people in my class and a few people around me. And maybe later on, I read about the great scientists, the great personalities. I mean, my personal heroes, to be honest. Okay, people like I heard about Tesla, Nikola Tesla. I heard about Faraday. I read about them, and then I tried to find out what exactly how did they come about uh, to be successful, if at all, and what have they done, what have they contributed, what how have they started their lives, and what struggles have they encountered. And to be honest, if I personally analyze and if I personally have to comment, i would I would absolutely categorize Tesla and Faraday as complete geniuses, absolute geniuses. But where they really successful is debatable. Why debatable? Uh, because success to them could be the experiments that they did and whatever they could produce out of their learnings, out of their experiments. But success to other people could be the kind of money or the kind of wealth they were able to create from whatever they have contributed and whatever they have achieved in their lives. So success, the concept of success is debatable, but we are to be sure about at least one thing, that uh, Tesla really, like towards the end of his life, he died in poverty. We can probably say that, if that is not an exaggeration. And Faraday as well was a recluse, and he was more, I wouldn't say more, but he was at the same time interested in the philosophical and religious life as well. So, and there's something that connects both of them. uh, Faraday was a religious man, and he was a great discoverer, because and I'm not using the word inventor, because uh, he clearly believed uh, in the concept of Christianity, that God has made the world in a week, the concept of Christianity. And uh, at few points, the concept of Christianity is at odds with the scientific endeavors that people have taken into. So how do you think that, being a scientist, he was able to be uh, a religious person as well? So what he believed in is that God has created everything that is around us, and we are just finding out, we are just discovering whatever and the scheme of things and the way of things that the God has made for us. Which means that physics, talking about physics, if the concepts and the laws of physics were being explored by Faraday, he believed that God has made, and placed all these things in this particular manner, and we're just unraveling what and how and why is it the way it is. Uh, so, this thread is what is going to relate to even Tesla, because when we realize that he helped Edison, and he also suggested Edison that DC motors are really not um, viable, and he imagined the concept of an AC generator, an AC motor. uh, so when he developed this concept, he coined a term, a phrase, which said, in harmony with nature. He talked about something, which talks about in harmony with nature. So uh, so there's no doubt a certain philosophy that comes around, and this whole concept, can be debated or can be accepted, can be hailed by some. What I'm trying to say is that today, maybe 100 years ago, the debate was not so contentious in the manner that there will be so many people talking about it. What I mean to say is that maybe the experts, would have things to say, and not a lot of people would have things to say on every end, on each and every topic. But these days, probably, um, because we have this social media, this because of the social media, I think everybody has a voice and everybody can speak. And we can also see that the fact that everybody can speak becomes or leads to a chaos. It's similar to imagining a classroom full of people, maybe 100 people, and a teacher in front of them. And if everybody starts to speak at the same time, the classroom becomes a chaos. So the communication, the information that needs to be transferred, uh, is hindered. And uh, well, today when we talk about information, we have to also talk about misinformation, because because of this chaos, the right kind of information does not reach the right kind of audience. And uh, a lot of problems gets created. I personally believe that if our country and if every people is working towards, if every person is working towards something, if they were if they're working towards contributing something to the nation, or to the general uh, things around us, uh, it might get slowed. It might get slowed because uh, there are too many deviations, and there are too many places where we might have to answer things which do not probably require that much of energy and time at that point of uh, at that stage. um, okay. uh, you'll soon realize what exactly is the point that I'm coming to. And I'll take the example of a very interesting personality, a very interesting TV personality by the name of Julius Sumner Miller. Now he's an American. He was an American, and he was born in 1901 or 1903, and he died in the year 1987. Uh, and on YouTube, I have been watching some of his videos, and the way he shows his experiments and the way he tries to educate people, and maybe the way he tried to educate students in his time, is just remarkable. And the concept, the word that I said, remarkable, a remarkable man, this concept, I can probably affix, in front of all these people. I can probably call Faraday to be a remarkable man. I can probably call Tesla to be a remarkable man. And Julius Sumner Miller as well is a remarkable man, because he conducts his lectures in a certain manner, and the manner can be described, it's interesting. The manner can be described in such a way that when he speaks, uh, rather than unraveling, rather than uh, telling, rather than revealing about what he's talking about, his style rather uh, hides a few things. Okay, which is interesting. Like, if somebody is speaking, I would generally imagine the person to be revealing things, while they are speaking, as a manner of speaking. But probably the language and the way we communicate and the way we use the language is so complex, or it has become complex, or it is so diverse that a thousand meanings can be produced out of a single sentence. And uh, so about Sumner Miller, I was trying to say that his style of teaching is such that he reveals less uh, than what he hides. And the reason why he hides is because he wants you to go and experiment, and to unravel things, to find things, to experiment things all by yourself. Um, and there's something interesting, about him, if you read about him. And there's something which I would like to quote about Miller. Uh, Miller was intolerant of misspelled words and misplayed punctuation. Now you can imagine that, he's talking about the language. He's a scientist. He's a professor of physics, but then he emphasizes so much on language, on writing and speaking the language correctly. Why, one might question. So it says, and he often angered his colleagues because he charged that the student of most faculties were not learning enough. During an interview in the 1940s, he stated that the intellectual life in America was in trouble, a belief he held for the rest of his life. And let me quote him. He said on the television that we are approaching a darkness in the land. Boys and girls are emerging from every school with certificates, every college and schools with certificates and degrees, but they can't read, they can't write or calculate. We do not have academic honesty or intellectual rigor. Schools have abandoned integrity and rigor. So listen, what he's trying to talk about is that he probably expects certain standard. He feels that the standard of education or learning or the rigor involved is dwindling, is going down the hill. And we realize that what has been changing. I think this is what has been changing. This is in certain manner, like this is what I personally believe, and this is what even one of my professors in my college days uh, talked about, that she believed in. She generally thought that you probably a few decades ago, people were working harder and people were investing more time and energy and focus on studies, on academic excellence. But I think this is going a little downhill these days. uh, I personally would I personally would uh, call out the frivolous advancement in information technology, on a very simplistic manner. The fact that everybody has a mobile phone these days, and not just the mobile phone, but the fact that a mobile phone uh, lets you access social media websites, and you invest too much of time on it. And investment of time means you are reading, and you are interpreting, and you are reacting to a lot of things there. And uh, I think it is hardly debatable that overall the percentage and the quality of the material that you read online is highly debatable. Uh, and misinformation forms a huge part of what we are reading. So I think we can derive a certain learning from this example, is that we need to be reading, we need to be writing, but we need to be reading the right things, and to discern what's right and what's not, and what's valuable and what's not, is probably a matter of concern. Okay, I'll take some other examples. So what we're trying to say is that we're trying to find out value. We're trying to find out value in what's written, and what people are reading, and the information generally, what's coming to us. I'll take the example of a library. When you go to a library, when you enter a library, you go and you look at the books around, and there are thousands of books, and you can choose from thousands of books, and all these thousands of books are there placed in front of you. And you probably go to every bay, every column, every row, and you find out the books. You look at all the books because everything is there in front of you. But what happens on a Kindle, or what happens on Amazon books, uh, the moment we go on these websites, we do not have all the books in front of us. In fact, the moment when we enter, look, this is slightly important, okay? The moment when we enter, we are given, we are already presented with the best of the books that the organizer thinks that is valuable for us, or or this is what we are looking for example. They do the analytics and they present to us books that they think are valuable and or interesting, and undoubtedly some of the things could attract us because uh, well, just imagine the sight of a train, of a moving train, can probably be very enchanting, and so the sight of a bed of flowers, a garden full of roses, uh, but you probably have to reach there. And if something else comes in between you, for example, uh, if a very interesting bird flies uh, in front of you, or butterflies, for example, a swarm of butterflies just gets presented to you at the gate of this garden, uh, it might take your attention away. And because the time is limited, you might not be able to enjoy the garden as you had imagined, or as you had liked, or as you had wanted to. Uh, so deviation, you get deviated, and so deviation, you get deviated, and this is what is happening. Maybe you are presented with things like uh, 10 most amazing things to do when you are traveling, or 10 most amazing food to eat when you go to Tamil Nadu. uh, so probably you're looking to find out what are the historical significances of a particular area in Tamil Nadu, but before that you are uh, engrossed in something else because it has been presented to you. So what I'm trying to say is that the structure of everything has changed a little, and things are not very unbiased. In fact, things are biased. Everything is biased. Every idea is biased, and we have to discern what works, what doesn't for us, and what's truth, what's wisdom, what's the right kind of attitude, the right kind of uh, things to read, ideas to believe in. Okay, it's just important. It's very important. Why? I'll tell you why. Because just imagine you go to a classroom, and you go to for an interview, like after your college, you'll be sitting for interviews, and everyone is biased. This is a statement which I'm trying to make, because uh, because just realize the kind of truth, that I'm talking about, because everybody believes in certain things, everybody has their own beliefs, and they see, from their own eyes, uh, what is right and what is wrong, and what could be good, what could be bad, what could work for them, what kind of philosophy that they believe in, what kind of an employee do they want in their organization to serve and to work what they want you to do. So undoubtedly they are choosing you, and the reason why you would be sitting in front of some person for an interview is the reason why they're going to judge you. They're going to judge you on a lot of things. They're going to judge you on the manner your hair is, the manner you are using your hand gestures, your facial expressions, the kind of clothes that you're wearing, even the shoes that you're wearing, and the way you walk, the way you enter, the way you ask the permission to enter the classroom, to enter the interview table. So people are biased, and we have to be aware of a lot of things. uh, Generally, what is the philosophy among students? Philosophy among students, which undoubtedly have been propagated by the movies and the kind of literature as well that we are reading these days, is that it's cool, like, to be students, it's cool to be BTech students, it's cool to be learning, it's cool to be going out and working. And there could be a certain amount of I do not really want to use the word lie, but uh, say a lesser truth. There could be an amount of a lesser truth in this, because uh, you're being judged all the time, because you'll be chosen on a lot of factors, on a lot of things. And when those traits do not appear to be in a person, in a person's personality, I think that is where your future prospects and your career prospects uh, get affected positively, negatively. Depends. The world is very diverse. There is a lot of variety of people, of the kind of work that you can get into. There's a huge diversity, but everywhere there's something that works and something that does not work. So as an employer, for example, what I would be looking for in an employee, I think I would be looking for in a I'll be looking for a certain amount or a certain standard of intelligence, of understanding understanding things, of understanding what are ethics, what is the certain manner, or what is the better, or what is the correct manner of approaching a client, for example, or talking to a client, or getting business for a company, or even creating a software, for example. What should be the manner? What works? What's comfortable? What's amicable? You know. Okay. So the way we have talked about information, and the way we have tried to highlight uh, that there could be a certain aspect of misinformation as well, uh, takes me to another point where I would try to relate it with popularity. Um I'll take the examples of two writers, Chetan Bhagat and Paulo Coelho. I'm very sure that at least 80 to 90% of students must have heard about this book by Paulo Coelho called The Alchemist. Uh, to be honest, like this book, has been claimed to be sold over 65 million copies worldwide, and it has been translated in more than 26 languages, 26 foreign languages, if I'm not mistaken. So it's a very successful book. It is a very successful book. It is a very popular book. Similarly, Chetan Bhagat's books as well have been very popular, have been uh, okay. Yes, Chetan Bhagat's books has have been very popular. But if you personally ask me, I would suggest, or I would opine, I would opinionate that except the first book by Chetan Bhagat, 5 Point Someone, all of his other books were of a very mediocre quality. Um as a student of literature, I did not find beauty in it, beauty of words, beauty of sentences or ideas, or amazing, fantastic things, things that thrill us, things that teach us something, things that we can learn from. So very mediocre things. Now, as a society, I personally think that it is the excellence that we should be focused on, and to be happy being a mediocre, or to be happy in the comfortable position that you are in, I think it's a hindrance to the progress as a society, as a whole, or as a nation. So I personally am trying to brand these two writers and their works as very mediocre, but they have achieved very high, uh, not really ratings, I would say, but readership, very high readership, and they have been hailed as well. And if you talk about The Alchemist is a very popular book. Like, I read it because everyone was talking about it, everyone suggested me to read it, and I was expecting something out of it because I had read other few books as well, and then I knew what a good book is, or what a good book could be, and what mastery of language is just fantastic when you read a book, or or when you watch a movie. There could be good movies, there could be bad movies, and there could be some movies which make you laugh like crazy, and then there could be some movies which make you cry. They produce emotions, they produce some feelings, and that affects us. that really affects us, and that leads us in future to choose our to decide on things, to choose from a variety of things judicially, or probably in a manner that has been affected by what we have gone through, or what we have seen, or what we have read. uh, so you see, I've been trying to use a few keywords now and then. For example, I've used the word remarkable, I've used the word successful, I've used the word misinformation and information, and just right now I used the word uh, I used the word discerning as well. So these keywords, these keywords actually are not just words, but they are concepts. And uh, I'll just tell you something. uh, like when Donald Trump, for example, talked about making America great again, the key word was great. Uh, so, what exactly is the meaning of great? Now, he did not tell people, he did not tell the citizens of his country that what exactly is great, or how exactly, how intricately we are going to move towards what we think is great. So, this great is a key word which derives its meaning from the context, right? So, what is the context? The context is that people believed that their past was great. Now, what exactly is great is different for everybody else, and that has not been specified. But then, the fact that Donald Trump talked about making America great again, everybody subscribed to it. It was only later that some people realized that what he was talking about as great is not actually that great in itself. And so we see that now Biden has been elected as the next president. So there's a possibility that there's a huge possibility that uh, that words have significances, that these words and the expressions, or the way we relate, the way we speak, the way we talk, the way we present something, an idea, uh, is debatable, has a context, uh, is greater than what we see. It's greater than what we see. It's greater than what a simple word can produce a meaning out of it. So when we realize that the language is not so easy, the language is not as simple as we see, then we find that there's probably a requirement, a need for us to understand what it is, because it is probably going to affect us, because it is going to really have an impact on how successful do we become, and what choices do we make in our lives. Do we start working in an Indian company? Do we go outside in some other countries to serve, or do we get into business, or do we get into services? What do we do? What do we choose after education? Would have to do a lot uh, with the things that have affected us, these informations, the knowledge that we've been trying to unravel. Okay. Now let's move towards the corporate life, and now let's see uh, how debatable is the concept of information, and what to expect out of communication that a corporate does or undertakes uh, to talk or to communicate to the masses. Uh, for example, CSR activity. We see that in India, there was a law which was formulated about 10 years ago, which talked about the need for big businesses to invest a certain part, 1 or 2% of their revenues on CSR activities. CSR activities means it's the responsibility of the corporates to do some development or that progress and development in industrialization to the undoubtedly we know people get discouraged if they don't to be met, or if mining or if certain areas of forest to be taken to be deforested, it would have some impact on the people and the communities that we're living, apart from the wildlife and that we have destroyed. So, an organization would probably invest in CSR, and an organization would generally talk very well about CSR, about the contributions that they are doing. Uh, but but there can be some questions raised, and the kind of questions that I'm going to raise is through an example of, let's say, a company uh, like WWF, which works in the field of wildlife. And for example, in Arunachal Pradesh, they are really investing, and uh, they're trying to put in money, and they're trying to help WWF do some social work or community work in these areas where they think that the wildlife needs to be protected, because these societies are generally were into hunting and gathering. But now it has quite changed, but the forests have been affected. So what would you expect? I would probably expect a certain company called Sony, for example, Sony, or let's take the example of JCB India. If they are investing, if they are spending some money on CSR activities, I would expect them to mitigate the damages they are doing. What I'm trying to say is that I would expect them to go into jungles and and think or work towards the resuscitation of the wildlife diversity that has gone down, or if there are some patches of forests that have been degraded, that could be resuscitated. But what exactly, like, I have probably uh, an experience or an insight into these things, and what exactly they are doing is that they're not really investing in the resuscitation of the natural resources, but they are trying to bring changes in a different manner. What they're doing is that they're investing in the population, the communities around, and they're trying to give them some alternate ways of livelihood, which is great, because that reduces their dependence on the wildlife and the forests around. Uh, but what also fulfills uh, the company's own uh, aims is that they are bringing in new, uh, or let me use different word. They're bringing in capitalism in all these areas. How they are bringing in capitalism? Because they're introducing different food items, they're introducing different style of lives, and uh, and they're building communities. they, 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 they're bringing in communities in the same system, the same structure that we have, where we have markets, and we have to buy things, and we have to uh, buy things with money, and we have to earn money through working. Whereas if you go to such areas, you'll see that they probably do not require so much as hard cash, the money, but still now a lot of their like daily needs gets fulfilled by what they produce in their fields, or what they exchange. For example, somebody is producing this, somebody is producing something else, and they barter. They exchange things. So the dependence on the modern concepts is minimal. And I would not discredit this kind of a lifestyle. Some might say that it's primitive, but I would say that it's probably wise. It's probably wiser, because when we talk about financial systems, we see that there's a Great Depression, and there's a downturn, there's a recession at times, and people are losing money, and the businesses are getting suffered. So what exactly is progress? We have to debate. We can probably debate. So look, what we are approaching, we are trying to approach the concept of looking deeper into things. Everything that we see, that everything that we believe, and the way we see which is around us, okay, can be debated and can be asked if this is the best that we could have done, if this is the best system that could have been followed, and if this is what we have to uh, uh, profess, and this if this is what we have to propagate, for the rest of our productive lives, or if there is a certain different manner of thinking as well that we can adopt. Now just imagine, whatever I've talked about, how do you think this is even possible without reading? How do you think this is even possible without reading extensively and reading deeply, and not just reading and not just reading and exploring, but also contemplating? Like, you sit and you think about it, you contemplate. There has to be some time where you are peaceful in your mind, and you imagining things, you recapitulating things, you're reimagining things, and you're verifying if this is right, this is wrong, if this can be uh, uh, if this can be taken to a different level, this can be progressed, a particular idea, or a particular concept, or what should be done about it. So views, opinions. Okay, this is the place where opinions get formed. The moment when you delve deeper into any concept, any idea, when you study deeper, when you read deeper, you have opinions, and then you can present your opinions with informed, with informations, with knowledge, and you can back them up. And this is how your argument gets strong, and this is how you can probably impress upon yourself, impress upon others, the ideas that you believe in, and so bring in concepts, or get in motion uh, 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 things which might get you recognized, which might bring success to you personally, as well as might just uplift the whole community from a lot of problems that it was facing earlier. So intellectual life is very important, and intellectual endeavor can only be found, or it can only, or the road to intellectual uh, endeavor starts from reading, I think, because you see, great minds have written, and you know uh, they've gone, and the only thing that they've left behind is some recorded material, and the recorded material comes in the form of written material. And for the aggregation of uh, knowledge, for um, to aggregate knowledge, I think we really need to read, and we need to read a lot. We just do not need to read a certain idea in a certain manner, but we also need to read, what's against it, the criticisms that people have formulated against it. So an informed person is valuable. uh, People with knowledge will always be valuable, and they will be considered, and will be uh, they will be able to contribute positively towards the society. And just imagine, it's we say that ignorance is bliss. Somebody has said that ignorance is bliss, which means that people are just happy, in the way they are, the way they believe in the small things and the few things that they've read, they know. when they know a lot of things, then probably they start imagining, they start thinking. When you think too much, probably you would be a little sad at times, because the reality, as you see, the beautiful reality, the beautiful surrounding that as you see, might look like an illusion at times. Um, so endeavor to learn, and intelligence, the road to intelligence, intellectual activity, endeavors, uh, is valuable, and that is what I think makes us human. Because uh, what else would, uh, if there are just a certain number or amount of things that we know or we believe in, I think that would make us like animals. uh, Although I personally think that animals are wiser than us. They're wiser than us. uh, but let's say that we have to progress, and if we consider ourselves to be higher beings than animals, I think we need to prove that. I think we need to prove that. And when we so highly regard the concept of civilization, I think a civilized society needs to be better than what we are experiencing nowadays. uh, so intelligence is required, intelligence is very important, knowledge is very important. I think it's the lack of knowledge which leads a lot of people to fight and to argue endlessly. And uh, even an engagement like an argument is actually wasting some part of your time, and that, or a part of it, can be used for some development activities. And you see, we have very limited amount of time, our lives, and we need to learn what's around us. uh, in fact, Faraday was trying to find out how the world is, why is it the way it is. Okay, what is the nature of our existence, what has God made, if at all God has made anything. What has made, how has it made, how does it function, how does it happen. uh, yes. Because in the classroom, when we start talking about different things, skills, for example, I would not just try to give you the normal skills of communication. Matlab, I would not really uh, place in front of you the whole table of tenses, of telling you what rules to follow and what not to. But I personally believe in the fact that how you say things or how you communicate things could be secondary, but what you say is probably the primary and the most important thing. Content, what exactly are you trying to say? So when I shall try to uh, teach communication skills, uh, I would try to bring in knowledge and information from a lot of different areas, industries as well. uh, and the more up to date and contemporary the example will be, I think the more helpful it will be for us. So coming to the point of contemporary, we cannot even stop talking about what we are going through. So we are going through this time where we think that disease is all around us, and we can probably not be in contact with each other physically. And a physical classroom is somehow seen to be as a little dangerous at this point of time. And what we are doing is that we are communicating over this uh, mode of internet, of online video conferencing. So um, I'm so sorry, I was trying to make a point. Yes. um, so you see, at this point of time, it is so important now that uh, what we are speaking, or the manner we are talking. Uh, just a minute, just a minute. Yes. Um, yes. I'm trying to say is that it has come now. It has come, and there is a great amount of change, because you realize that for the past 1 year, we have been going through this disease, in the world, and there have been huge changes. There have been alarming changes that we have brought in. For example, this classroom, we do not have a physical classroom right now, and we have an online mode of communication at this point of time. So there has been a change, right? And do you think that this change is going to revert to to its original way? Do you really think that we are going to go back in completely the normal manner, the way we were interacting earlier? I think we would not. Why? Because a great lot of investments have happened in in producing the softwares and the technology that we are using at this point of time. And it helps the economy. It helps, or it uh, affects the economy in certain manner, that few things become obsolete and few things are the ones which get a new life. So I think the technological advancements that we have come about uh, uh, would stay, for a very long period of time. And the changes, if at all, after the disappearance, hopeful disappearance of this disease, uh, everything would not really be, normal as they were. uh, which means that, how do you think we'll be communicating, from now on? I think this is how we will be communicating. And what are the skills, or what are the ways that we are communicating nowadays? I think we are communicating a lot on mails, on the written materials that we are typing and sending across, to people, as letters, as mails, as text messages, or even voice notes, or video conferencing at this point of time. So um, so wouldn't you have to speak? Would you have to speak a lot of things? And how will you speak? What will you speak? And what ideas would you put across? I think you need to learn about those things as well. And not just that, but as I talked about Professor Miller, that he was very particular about the right spelling. He frowned at misspelled words, and punctuation and grammatical mistakes, were things that he would really uh, give a lot of importance to. And I personally think that, this will be a little more important, and this will be integral to our nation, particularly because, uh, well, English is not our, like, native language. And um, and it is expected, it is not expected out of everyone to be grammatically precise all the time, because, well, we see uh, it's not a language that we are, uh, it's not a native tongue that we speak in. So so earlier, if you had to say, put across a certain idea, um, um you could probably express in a variety of languages. You could probably use English. If you're Assam, you could probably use a few expressions in Assamese. If you're in Delhi, probably Hindi would do. But now I think a written material, and when it comes to somebody, like, who's reading it, and if he's particular about, or let's say the kind of impression, that gets made. So I give you an example of entering a classroom or entering a interview table, where there are people who are judging you, right? They're judging you on a lot of parameters. So all those parameters are absent now. Like I cannot probably look at what you're wearing at this point of time, what shoes you're wearing or how exactly are you walking, because you're not walking at this point of time. You're probably sitting and just listening to me, just in the manner that I'm probably sitting at this point of time, and I'm talking to you. So this is one part, just one part of me that you've probably seen, and probably at a few moments that you're seeing my hand and facial hand gestures and facial expressions. So all these things will become very important, because these will be the things that you'll be judged upon: your speech, your pronunciation, how fluent you are, and when you write. Uh, okay, listen, I would like to probably honestly tell you that it's important to write well. It's important to write correct grammatical grammatically right sentences, and it leaves the reader with a certain perception, which means is that if I'm reading at two articles and just by looking at two answers, I would know, or I would probably form some opinion about the personality of two people, on how they have written it, on what they have written it, the content, and no doubt the the style and the the use of the vocabulary, grammatical errors, grammatical precision, and all these things will matter. So I personally think that uh, now you need more of uh, uh, grasp on language, and because English is a language which connects the whole of the globalized world for all the business activities. I think it is very important. And well, we have expressed that it is going to be very important. So how do we improve on it? Like what do we do? I said that probably in our classrooms we are going to talk about information knowledge. We're going to talk about a lot of things, a lot of industries, a lot of informations, and we'll be writing and reading as well. And I said that I would probably not be presenting in front of you a table, where I teach you grammar, and I mathematically give you examples of how to construct a sentence, how to construct a sentence. These are the things that we'll not be doing. So what is the way of improving on uh, our communication skills and writing skills? I think reading is the answer. Why? Because I've heard that there was a poet and he wanted to know, uh, or let's create a fictional uh, conversation. Uh, let's say that there was a person who was really interested in writing poetry. He wanted to become a poet, and he goes to Mirza Ghalib. Let's imagine that Ghalib says to him, or he probably asks him, well, Ghalib, how exactly did you become such a great poet? How did you learn it? Like, will you probably please teach me? So the suggestion he gave, or must have given, is that I didn't really have to become a writer, or I didn't really have to become a poet. All I did was read. I read 1,000 poems for 1,000 days, and I just read about 1,000. Uh, I read thousands of works by thousands of poets, and I never thought that I'll write. But as I kept reading, it just happened that my mind uh, erupted with sentences which my mind was producing automatically, and I wouldn't have to try to become a poet, but I just became a poet. I just wrote something, and then you call me a poet. So in simple terms, is that if you really want to learn something, if you really want to be good at writing, if you really want to be good at composing even poems, for example, all you have to do is to read a lot of it, read and learn, and think about it and contemplate, and your mind is already so powerful that you'll become a poet, or let's say that you'll produce some very fine poetry, maybe in due course of time. So it will take time, it will take some effort, it will take some interest as well. I mean, you need to be interested in poems to be a poet. So in the same manner, now that uh, we all speak, and we would like to speak in a certain manner which impresses upon other people. and academically, and even uh, career wise, like it's going to be very helpful to us. So what exactly are we going to do? We are going to read a lot. What are we going to read? We are going to read about a lot of things that we hear are of good quality, are of immense value. I'll read a lot of newspapers as well. I'll try to reduce the dependence on the social media and the news that I read on new social media. If I'm trying to read news, I would probably go on a news portal, or I would pick up a newspaper. Although the standard of what you find in newspapers or news portals these days uh, is very debatable, and it is different from what it was, say, about 10 years ago. uh, I have been a journalist myself, and I see a huge difference. I see there's a lack of useful material, useful information. There's a lack of useful information that undeniably is hindering us, as a nation, to progress rapidly. Okay. So look, there were a lot of examples that I had noted. I had noted, and I had thought that I would talk about the misinformation and uh, the not so genuine activities being happening in India, which people take it to be truth, and which people are rapidly associating themselves with. For example, we can talk about network marketing in the cities. About 10 years ago, this concept had really caught a hold, and we heard about few scams like Saradha scam in Bengal, which had wiped out a huge amount of public money, you know, and made a lot of people poor. And there was uh, a case in Supreme Court which came out with some decisions, and there was some activities, there's some manners of business in network marketing that were being banned or were being categorized as illegal by the Supreme Court. But certain manners were said to be not completely criminal. So what I'm trying to say is that nowadays, it's the villages where the concept of network marketing is really uh, catching a hold, and not and thousands of companies have entered into it, and not all companies are doing uh, what I cannot call a scam. Which I mean is that a lot of companies are dubiously taking money and uh, are probably doing criminal activities, but they do not say so. They do not talk about themselves in that manner, and thousands of people are getting involved, which means that we need to differentiate between what's right and what's wrong, what kind of information is genuine, what is not, and we'll have to probably find out how to differentiate. In the classroom, will come about on this as well. We'll try to identify how to differentiate a misinformation or a misinformation or a false information from a genuine report, from a genuine article. How can we differentiate? We'll try to learn and uh, examine them as well. Okay. We will also try to find out what changes will we have to face in the future. Now this is interesting. How do you think that you will know about this if you do not read properly, if you do not read about literature, if you do not read about science, if you do not read about what's happening in the world, if you do not read closely, and if you do not examine things? Okay, I'll give you one example, short example, and try to finish this in about 3 or 4 minutes. I'm very sure that you must have heard about the robot called Sophie, which has been given citizenship in UAE. Yes, in UAE. Uh, Transition, which means that you should be like all students. We all of us should be aware of what changes are that are going to come in future, and how to prepare ourselves. And uh, and there's something that I want to derive out of these two examples, is that Sophie is an artificially intelligent computer, and she has been given a citizenship in some Middle East country. If that becomes a trend, and uh, if people are troubled with the disease, and it becomes very difficult for people to work into a workplace, to go and sit work together at a workplace, I think the employers would choose machines over people. And if machines have progressed so much that they can probably do a lot of our work, uh, we might find that the places where we get employment would be slightly different in future. For example, today we are probably working, you know, in almost all different industries, even in manufacturing, even in services, in all the places where there needs to be a human touch, intelligence, and contemplation. But that in the future might change a little. And let's imagine that all those activities in work in factories where we do not per se require human intelligence, machines will take over. So if machines take over, undoubtedly, uh, the amount or the number of jobs that will be in the market will be slightly less. Let's hope not, but I think we should be practical about it. And if at all there are new jobs that are being created, they will be in a different manner, they will be in a different category. How? For example, banks. In banks there were so many tellers. If you had to withdraw money from your bank, you would go to a bank. Earlier you would go to a bank, you would go to the teller, the cashier, and you would get cash from some person. But now, all the jobs of, or let's say 50 or 80% of the jobs of these people have been taken over by all the ATMs that have been placed. uh, you know so you can probably say that although ATMs have displaced a certain number of jobs, the manufacturing factories where ATMs are being manufactured, or the software companies which are manufacturing the software for these ATMs, have produced a number of jobs. So even if there are no dearth of jobs, and if there are jobs that are being created, the nature of jobs will undergo a change. And in case there is some change that is just going to come about, we have to prepare ourselves. We have to really prepare ourselves and be ready to encounter what we are going to see. And so knowledge, intelligence, and the power to discern, the power to understand, contemplate, and generally the information that you're eating, the information that you're breathing, the information that you're drinking, uh, needs to be appropriate, needs to be more valuable, needs to be more of high quality. We need to progress. And just about Miller, I was amazed to see that in America, in in the years 70s, in 70s and 80s, there were some such fantastic programs on physics that were being taught and broadcasted to the national media, on the national media, and students and people, boys and girls, they were learning it. And then the overall intellectual capacity of all respondents or all audience would have reached a certain level. And I think that is the reason why, and that is the manner how the West has developed, if at all. I think there could have been some lack. There could have been something lacking in the educational programs that even India was broadcasting. And the quality is what I'm trying to focus. Miller was just amazing. The way he would make you think, make you imagine, make you ponder over things was just fascinating. He was not just teaching; he would give you an inch of an information, and he would want you to go over a foot to look for what exactly can be made out of that information. Great discoveries, I'm sure, that would have resulted out of his teachings, his classrooms, which is just amazing. And this is, I think, what we should be focused on. Okay, there were probably a few more things that I would have talked about, but I would end my lecture at this point of time. because I would like to devote almost like 15 minutes or little more than that to answer questions that you would have formulated in your minds. I mean, I'm very hopeful that you must have formulated a lot of questions in your mind, and I would be very happy to answer them. Uh, yes. So I hand over. I mean, I hand over the the microphone uh, to Sarkar sir, Biplop Sarkar sir, and let students pose a few questions for me. Thank you. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello,
Yes,
Sugan.
yes, yes, sir.
Uh, thank you very much for your interesting lecture.
Thank you, sir.
There is a student, Himakshi. She wants to know. Uh, I would like to ask something commonly people ask. What do we get to learn from books of fiction genre?
So we learn the immense power of literature, of language, because a simple concept that we have to say, that we have to talk about, a simple thing that we have to say, we can say this in a million manners. And the word, the expressions, the way we use these words, the language is just fantastic. It's amazing. So how do you think we'll learn about them? We'll only learn about them by observing, by reading. So since childhood we have learned, we have seen how our parents talk, so we have learned few things from there. And we have gone to schools and we have learned how teachers speak and how they teach. We have learned from there. But there still needs to be some amazing mind boggling things that we have to learn, and from literature, because great minds have left only in writing what they have thought about. So this written material is something that we have to learn. Uh, and literature is not just the fiction that we talk about. Literature is also the non-fiction. For example, there is a book about Steve Jobs. There are books about Gandhi. There are books about Tesla. There's so many things that, and we have to learn about them through the written material, and a whole lot of knowledge and way of putting across our ideas will come through learning, through reading these things.
Right. So there is another student, Rajdeep Bora. So he's asking, sir, the Gita says that one must not worry about death as the soul never dies. It only keeps changing bodies. How can common people like us believe the concept of rebirth?
Uh, I think we do not have to worry about taking a birth in the next after we die. In fact, what is more important is this life what we have got. So try to aggregate the knowledge. Even from Gita, if you've read, try to aggregate knowledge. Try to spread this knowledge among people around you, and improve your own life, improve your own mental capability and intellectual capacity. And if you want to know about the rebirth, let's hope that you remember when you're born again.
Right. So, so Mr. Sugan Singh has given a very important lecture today on communicative skills and on the importance of reading and writing. Okay, there are a few other questions. From one more is from Arindam Aich. Uh, okay, so I think there's just a comment. So Abhigyan Fukan, he's asking, it is very often said that visual learning is the best way to extract information. Nowadays, anything we want to learn is available from YouTube. Will YouTube or any other platform substitute books in the days to come?
uh, because students are already replacing the books by devoting a lot of time on YouTube videos. But as I said, that YouTube is a platform where you do not go into a library and you excavate things yourself. But the very first page will give you a list of options that the platform thinks is useful for you. So probably, so it's just wasting time. It's wasting a certain amount of time. Now, probably, like, if I have a feed where there are some very interesting things, and I just get diverted and I spend some time on it. And but ideally I wanted to say learn about Newton's law. So the time would like thoda sa deviation ho gaya, and then the time and focus slightly gets diminished. So it's a different platform, and you can use all the scientific inventions, in the manner that you want. But I personally think that it would be a little less productive, because a book in your hand and then that is what you're reading without any other things disturbing you would be a more productive endeavor. So go read books, and go and examine videos as well, because undoubtedly, for example, Miller's videos, like I came to know about Professor Miller because of the videos that I saw, and I think he's brilliant. But that is not the end of it. You have to probably go deeper, and you probably have to even read what they have written. For example, Miller, go and read the papers published by Miller. Go and read, the communications or the books, if he has come out or read or written. So I think limited nahi hona chahiye. We have to explore more. We have to.
Right. The next question is by Aditya Hazarika. He asks, videos and reading are two different experiences. Reading takes you on a journey of your own. Watching on YouTube will be more like camp story. So if you want to comment something on this.
It is a very personal observation, and it is a very personal experience. All I am trying to say is that you should never let knowledge go, and you should always run behind knowledge.
Right. More questions are coming up. So Rajdeep Bora, he asked, Sir, I was reading some of those excerpts from Devdutt Patnaik's book. I just wanted to know how you perceive it. People usually don't understand such things, and moreover, what you say about sharing your knowledge, I will surely do that, sir. Anyways, a very informative session.
Okay,
So,
great. About Devdutt Patnaik, uh, about 1 or 2 years ago, I used to see his videos, and I know that a lot of people would not accept his views because his views are global. For example, if he's talking about some ancient text or some stories, some fable, he tries to find out that whatever story that we are reading is not as per se as per the words written, but it produces a different meaning, which means is that these stories, these tales are symbolic of a different thing. So symbolism hai, matlab, every word does not mean what it says, but it means something else too. So this this intelligent, I think you require intelligence, or you at least require somebody to be well read, or to be able to understand these things, that if I'm saying that the sky is blue, it does not really mean that sky is blue and the sky is going to be blue all the days and all the nights and this is the absolute truth. It just might mean that this is my mood at this point of time, that I see the world or I see the sky as blue at this point of time. So I think this is the reason why, this exactly is the reason why we need to broaden our horizon, and we need to broaden and be more accommodative of all the differing opinions that come to us. And we should not take anything, by what it means. Just say, I said that any sentence would mean 1,000 things, and I can say the same things in 1,000 manners. Few expressions would hurt people, few expressions will impress people, although I'm probably going to say the same thing. तो ये इंटेलिजेंस और ये अंडरस्टैंडिंग लाना पड़ेगा, और बहुत सारे लोगों में नहीं होता है. People do not have it, and it can be inculcated. And if students, if you come across people who are debating without any sense, you think that it does not make sense, and then they are not capable of understanding the intricacies of the concepts or the ideas that you're trying to present. Okay, be patient and try to explain and give more and more examples, because we have to make our surrounding, our culture, our people, our society we have to make them progress. We cannot uh, keep on fighting on things which are not important, and this
Right.
leads to a lot of debate. I mean, in India at this point of time, you might see that we have 1,000 uh, issues that we are talking about, starting from feminism, starting from religious movement, or cultural diversity, even areas. Uh, there are thousands of things that we are talking about these days, and we are getting separated. We are becoming alone. Uh, we are getting divided. We don't have to. We all belong to each other, and we can incorporate everything else. So this intelligence is the most important thing that we need to bring about in our society. Young mind.
Right. So we have 5 minutes left. So I think we can take up a few more questions. So Tapas Talukdar asks, Sir, books also present us with just the theory, whereas a YouTube video might contain visual proofs and experimental pictures. Example, I can mention Professor Walter Lewin. He can teach much more physics than any theory books. The visual representation remains on memory for a far longer period.
Okay, I would like to ask him how many books has he read on that particular topic, and I would suggest that uh, I would criticize his comment because it is not just the theory. I think this comment arises uh, from lack of experience, and I would suggest him to read more about the people or about the concept ideas that he is interested in. And if at all he has read about a few books, I think what he's referring to is the textbooks he has read in schools. But I would ask him to read other books by other scientists. Yes, the same scientist that he's talking about, if he has written a few books, why don't he read a few of his books, and he'll probably find out that whatever he has been able to present in his video, in a short video, the same concepts or the same theories must have been uh, creatively and more grandly discovered or discussed in his books. So I really do not go about accepting his view. I'm so sorry.
Right. So the next question is by Asif Zamal Ahmed. He asked, in my neighborhood, one bookseller changes his shop just because of this current year no business is done, and it's an example of how digital media will substitute offline education market. This is his personal
There is
observation.
nothing like substitute. Only when you let things happen will things happen. Only when you concede will somebody else win. And I love books. I love the concept of having a book in my hands, and I would always value that over anything else. But there are some advantages. I mean, I see that I can probably get a lot of books free of cost, as PDFs, or it's just like easy for me to carry books, on my laptop, like 1,000 books. So there are some advantages, and use the advantages to your benefit. But if you like books, you read books, you buy books, you gift books, and I don't think that people who really believe in books will ever let go of the experience, that you have out of books, having a book in your hand.
Okay, so we have 2 more minutes. So there is one more question on rebirth. Okay, sir, if we are really born again after death, life won't be valuable while we are alive. What will you say about it?
Because I think that about after life we cannot really comment something, because as BTech students and as academicians, we should be a little scientific in our temperament. Uh, uh, so yes, I mean,
Okay, so the next question is by Rahul Nath. Sir, in the field of literature, on what basis do we judge a particular interpretation is false?
there is nothing like false or truth. Okay, but when you go to literature, literature helps you challenge things. because it gives you a different point of view, not just literature but anything
Okay.
written,
Could you get the
any
question?
point of
Should I
view.
repeat it?
Yes, sir, please.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
So I got the question.
Yes. Please go
Yes.
ahead. Please go
Sir, I was
ahead.
saying that. Yes, I was saying that. So can you please repeat the question? I'm so sorry. So can you please repeat the question?
Creation is false.
So there's some problem. I cannot hear you.
Oh, I see. Uh, so maybe we can end the lecture, Mr. Sugan, since the time is already over.
Yes, sir. Sir, thank you so much for giving the opportunity, and it was a pleasure to speak to students. Although in a very ideal situation, I would have liked, the classroom to be the place where I speak to students physically. But still, it has been great, and uh, it's lovely to be here and to be teaching, to students. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, students.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
So can I leave? Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to all.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good
Good
morning, sir.
morning, sir. Good morning,
Good
sir.
morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
ইউটিউব লাইভ স্ট্রিম একটু করে দিও।
Good morning, sir.
গুড মর্নিং।
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
গুড মর্নিং।
Good morning, sir.
গুড মর্নিং।
Good morning, sir.
The speaker has not joined till now. Please bear with us for 5 minutes. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir. Fine, sir.
Dear student friends, due to some technical problems, he is now just now joining within 2 minutes. So sorry again. So sorry, dear students, you have to wait for few minutes. Let me introduce. We have with us Dr. Naveen Kumar Pokhriyal. Uh, he is specialist and we'll talk on industries, the scope in industries. So we'll listen, eagerly waiting to listen from him. So shall we start? Yes, sir, please proceed.
Thank you, Dr. Devnath. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
loud and clear.
Yes,
Yes, sir,
sir.
you are audible.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Naveen Kumar Pokhriyal. I'm a PhD in chemistry. And I work for Indian Oil Corporation Limited, which is a Maharatna company. We work in the field of energy. I'll not limit the introduction to the word called only petroleum, but I'll include the word called energy. So that is more diversified, and I'm a chief research manager in the area called product development and a specialist in the area called lubricating greases. So I've been frequently interacting with university students, and of late I have interacted with few universities in Gujarat where the engineering students, they have started their academic session, of course, online. And generally, before this pandemic, I used to go to different universities as an industrial advisor to line up their syllabus with the industry needs. And as I'm from the energy background, so particularly what is required in the industry so that they can develop those kind of expertise or at least develop some know-how. So that was the kind of job for industries we are doing. And we also have a association or a society which is known as National Lubricating Grease Institute, which you can very easily Google out while I'm speaking to you. Many of you are smart enough to Google it immediately, so you'll immediately come to know what is NLGI, National Lubricating Grease Institute. And we conduct research on various lubricating grease related issues, but that is a very specific area of work. So my area falls under the head called chemistry. So first of all, I welcome all of you to the new session. And I was approached by the university saying that please motivate students or tell them what is there for in the future. Okay, so I don't know, speaking at a time, all of the students is very difficult, but if chat box is available to me, um, I wanted to hear something from you. I'm going to ask you a question. I'm not a teacher or professor, but I have this habit of interacting frequently with the students, young minds. So my first question to you, why are you joining BTech program? Where can we see chat on this? Is this option available? Yes. Chat.
Yes, sir. In the right hand side, you can see
Yes.
the chat box.
Anyone can put their answers. Like, why are you joining BTech program? Very honest answer I need. So start writing in. You have 1 minute to think. Are they allowed to put in chat their words?
Students are requested to cooperate with sir and answer to sir
Okay.
question.
Okay. Answers have started pouring in, so I can go through it. Okay. Passion of engineering, love machines. I was interested in engineering since childhood. Okay. My passion. Okay. To pursue my dream. Passion. Okay. Still 30 seconds to go. Please. I guess there are 99 participants, or barring myself and Mr. Debnath, there should be 98 answers at least. Okay. Still haven't got what I was thinking. Okay. Okay. Mostly it's the passion that people are following. And I would say now stop. I would like to quote one answer from Decca, Jyotishman Decca. Decca, can you speak what you wrote? Okay, I'll put it now. You can now stop. So he says others have to invent, to passion, to follow their dreams, childhood dreams, and so on and so forth. But I would be very honest with you. What Becca has written is almost what you all want is for money. Am I correct or not? Is it not so? See, the main idea is if you are a good engineer, if you complete your course with high grades, what will you expect? You'll expect some good company or some better place where you can not only show your talent, but you can earn something out of it. See, if there is no return in some action, then it cannot be natural. Yeah. Physics teaches us that every action has a reaction. If the reaction is positive, you will follow it. Positive in a sense, you should have some outcome of it. That is something called in the terms of motivational language goal setting. So, dear students, set your goal and it should be very loud and clear in your mind. Never be in two thoughts. It's my passion, that is done. It's my passion, that is done. But your goal should be very, very clear. And if you have set your goal, if it is earning money, even if it is partially true, then you should have a fixed goal, how much. Yeah. Yeah. If you have set your goal that I have to earn money after 3 years, then you should also be very clear how much. So for that, you can ask your seniors that how much they are getting after 3 years now. Anyone has done that? I have seen few chat answers where people wrote that it was their seniors' advice that they are following. So that should be a very, very clear point. I hope I have made it very clear to you. It's not a career counseling program that you are attending now. Yes, I'm supposed to motivate you, but in a different style. See, motivation, you should have some point not to get motivated. If I tell you, okay, passion is very fine, you keep on doing same thing in the same class for 10 years, will you do it? Of course, no. Unless it moves in the forward direction, there is no point in following it. I hope I have made it clear to you. So first thing, in any sphere of life, in any area that you are doing, your goal should be very, very clear. Before moving forward, I would like to speak few words about me. You can Google out, of course. My name is Dr. Naveen Kumar Pokhriyal. I have 14 patents to my credit now. And before getting a scholarship from Department of Science and Technology, that is JRF and SRF that you commonly know it now. See, I belong to the state of Uttarakhand, where the approach of any kind of transport is very difficult. It's the same like Assam, not now, Assam 20 years back. So it was very difficult to reach inner parts of the state. And I belong to an area where there was no bus. So you have to essentially walk at least uphill 10 kilometers to catch a bus. So up to 5th class of my study, I was not aware. I had never seen a train or bus. You won't believe that, but it is true. It is true. And we were taught in a school that is something close to a shepherd school, where you have to collect a kettle from your house in the morning, buffalo and cow and take them to the nearest jungle for feed. And while you are doing so, you have 3 hours rest time in between where you were taught. And it was mostly verbal teaching. I mean, uh, there was no blackboard. Obviously, it cannot be in a jungle. And but the teacher, one person used to teach every subject, and I'm very grateful to him. They were teachers, like, they made everything very clear to you, and that was the foundation with which we probably 500 students started growing. And next stage after primary was the middle school. Sorry, I don't have any photographs for two reasons. One, there were no cameras. If you haven't seen a bus or train at that time, you cannot expect anybody to have a camera. Secondly, I'm not allowed to give you a presentation because it is a company policy and I have to get a clearance from IPR. So I thought I'll speak verbally. Otherwise, I could have shown you a photograph. It was a two-room school where we used to study, and it was essentially Hindi medium. And I studied there till 8th class. My father was an army man. He started his career as a rifleman. Gadwal Rifles is very popular army battalion, and he used to move from place to place. And someday we decided that if we keep on moving from one state to other state, it will be very difficult for us. Some of you whose parents are in service, Army, Navy, Air Force, may probably relate to this. I'll give you one example of that. In 8th standard, I was in Punjab. So in Punjab, my father was posted in Firozpur, and I was supposed to learn Punjabi all of a sudden. And by the time the 8th class was over, we moved to another state where I was supposed to learn another language. And by the time I nearly completed 9th standard, we were back in UP, Uttar Pradesh. So, you know how challenging that would have been. Half of the semester gone, and you have to start a new language, you have to clear it, and suddenly you are moving to a state where, even the digits are written in different format. Everything was so different. It was so challenging. So our way to handle that was interact with people. That was there. That time there was no social media or YouTube where you can right away can take a crash course on YouTube on how to learn Punjabi in 60 minutes. That was not possible. So you had no choice but to interact with people, and that gave us an opportunity to understand people. So motivation starts from your role model. That is where I'm trying to reach now. I hope you had made it out by this time. So you find somebody whom you start looking or perceiving as your role model. It can be a movie star, it can be a sports person like most of the people do, but to my understanding and for most of us, the role model is not a big personality or very well-known personality. It is a common man who is either your relative or somebody whom you met in a college, school, or nearby area. I hope you would agree with me. So first, set your goal. It should be very clear. Second, set your role model. Role model will definitely match with your interest. Interest does not mean he should be an engineer. It can be any interest. You will only like that personality if it matches with something which is in your head. Otherwise, you won't fix him or her as your role model. So once you have your role model in place, your goal in place, you all that you need now is an action plan. Action plan, what I mean by that, I'll put my story a bit in fast forward mode now. So in 12th standard in UP board, those were the days when securing 70% used to be a great challenge, and people were immediately noticed with 70% marks in school, and they were, they used to feature in newspapers. I have that cutting with me. So we were told by our seniors and family members that your goal should be 70% marks minimum. So that was the goal set. So who were our role models? Our seniors, somebody in my family who was secured 70%, but to my surprise, there was nobody, at least in last 5 generations. So, so you have no choice but to look outside. So we found somebody who had secured 72%, and then even approaching him and talking to him was like, dream come true. Bhaiya, aapne, how could you do that? So then I understood that it is not only the subject knowledge that matters. Okay, I'll detour for a moment here. Quick 1 minute exercise for you. In chat box, tell me what is data, what is information, what is wisdom. You have 1 minute. What is data? What is information? What is wisdom? So I want it to be interactive. So start writing now. I'm reading your answers. Okay. Data is collection of facts and figures. Himakshi Das, Mr. Chaudhary. Vashata Chaudhary, data collection of information. It's one and same. Okay. So you have to tell me what is knowledge, and wisdom is knowledge of data. Okay. Mr. Talukdar, Partha Talukdar. Arindam, information, anything we can know. Data, a set of process information. Okay, 30 seconds more. I want everybody to write, because I have this capability of understanding your character from the way you write it. We have spent so much time in interviewing students for job. So please don't shy, just pour in. Wisdom is ability of applying knowledge. Ayan Thakuria. Very close. Information is processing data. Now you are falling in line. Yes, data is record. Bordoloi. Information is instruction. Wisdom is handling situation accordingly. Okay, that is very method. Okay. Niharika Barua. Wisdom is quality of having experience and having knowledge. Okay. Information is useful data. Abhinav, that is very correct. You are on to the point. Knowledge is skill acquired by experience. Himaksidas again. Priyam Gogoi, information may be true or false. Very correct, Mr. Gogoi, very correct. I am very happy. Data is generally true. Cannot be. I'll give you a few examples. Okay, thank you very much. So we come back to the, okay, I'll read this. Abhishek Kumar Roy, information data that are processed to be useful, provides answer to who, what, where, and when questions. Very correct. I'll put it this way. Why I said this question, you are in a generation where everything is available at the click of mouse. Yeah. You Google it out and you get lot of data. But can you call that information? So be very, very careful when you are using something from an online source or some source which are not verified. Verified means you may get a set of few facts and figures which you may call data. Consider it is a circle, empty circle. That is a data. If you put a dot inside it, that becomes information. That means that you know that from where this data is coming. And if there are 4 or 5 such dots and you can connect them, that becomes knowledge. And if you can handle all these 5 dots and make some useful figure out of it, that is wisdom. That is the application of your knowledge. So why I'm trying to tell this to you, in next 3 years to come, you may have lot of data in hand. So it will be your judgment how to convert that data into knowledge and how to apply it. That means gain wisdom out of it. Consider this thing, when I finished my graduation, there were no mobile phones. What we were taught in physics, nobody taught us about mobile phones and its uses. No, nobody. So we were prepared for whatever we were taught that time was not useful, I guess, because we were supposed to handle something which was not envisaged at that time itself. So don't worry, same thing is going to happen with you also. You know, you are you are learning something, which is present today, but you never know what will happen in next 3 years. And some technology, either in the field of manufacturing, mechanical, electronics, chemical, may appear for which you were not taught at all. So this is my third point. First is set goal. It should be very clear and quantifiable. Like if you want to earn money, how much? That should be quantifiable. Okay. Number 2, set your role model. That helps. Number 3, just now I said, be prepared for the unforeseen. What is your plan A, plan B, plan C? Because I am finally coming down to the action plan. So be prepared for the unforeseen means these are the tools that you will gather in next 3 years. You may be in any branch of the engineering, mechanical, electronics, chemical, computer science, whatever it may be. Don't worry, civil. But you will gather the required tools to handle or deal with the unforeseen. Because whatever you have seen, obviously you can deal with that. I hope you are getting what I'm trying to tell you. Whatever, okay, here we'll again detour to put the things in perspective. I'm giving you another 1 minute to write out at least one startup that you know which has come up in last 1 or 2 years. Your time starts now. 1 minute to write a startup company or startup project or something which you are aware of. I'll give you one example of Paytm. Okay, Swiggy, Zomato, Mr. Hussain, Oyo. Okay, Oyo Rooms is fine. Amazon, Zoom. Yeah, start pouring in. I want to see how vigilant you guys are, and I want to make a point here that how to prepare yourself for the unforeseen. An academy, very good. This is what we are doing right now, is an academy type thing only. Byju's, Flipkart, SpaceX. SpaceX is old, boy. Devankar Chaudhary. Okay, Vedantu, PayPal. Okay. Okay. Partha Talukdar, Tesla. Very good to hear that, but Tesla is an old company. So what was the startup in Tesla that you have to tell? Google Meet, good, Big Basket. McDonald's is an old, only they have changed their style. Debojit Konwar. Okay. Group. Alibaba is an old. Grofers, Cars 24. Okay, another 15 seconds to go. Still, I want to see something which is not appearing here. Let me see. Walmart. Mostly these are e-marketing websites that you are putting in here. Unacademy, Byju's, they are one and same. Vedantu. Now, the actual job starts for you. You have now 2 minutes time. Listen it very carefully. You have now 2 minutes time to make your own startup, which will appear in next 10 years or which will appear after 10 years. Your time starts now. 2 minutes you have.
Sir, can you repeat?
Yeah, I'm repeating it. You have to make your own startup. Only I need a title and idea behind it, what you are thinking. So that will be clear in your idea. Your own startup, which you will start after 10 years. I hope it is clear. So now I'm thinking Silicon Society of India, Rajdeep Bora. Okay, so I'll pick only one or two and then ask the idea. Okay, Irfan Constructions. Okay, R&D Motor E-Vehicles, Rajdeep Datta. Water Filtering Company, Asif Ahmed. Prashant Das Network Marketing. Infrastructure for Electric Car Support. Partha Pritam Talukdar. Fast Food and Cafeteria. Okay, Electronic Cars in India. Make My Match. Okay, interesting. Yuvraj Sinha. Then IoT company like Google. EcoBricks. Mustafa Hussain. EcoBricks. Then defense equipment. Share files. Electric vehicles. AI company. Jap Books. Cryptocurrency. Okay, bytes and bytes. Okay, anyone? Gas leak indicator. Devajit Conver. Okay, guys, you can stop now. I'll ask Mustafa, Ghulam, Irfan Hussain, and Mustafa Sain to tell me what is EcoBrick and what is Irfan Designing Limited is. Write in chat box. EcoBricks means what? I hope he is listening me. Designing course. Okay, understood. Fair enough. And what is construction company? Irfan? Okay, so I hope this 2 minute exercise should have given you enough food for thought. Like, if you have to prepare for something which is going to appear after 10 years, it is very hard to guess right now. All your ideas are emanating from the existing technologies or existing ideas. Any idea that I had spoken or I had narrated just now from the chat box, they are basically originating from the same technology or startup which is existing or an increment of that. Got it? So it becomes very difficult to foresee what is coming or what is there in future, but you have already displayed that whatever tools you have got, you have started applying them. Like somebody wrote just now, Indian Play Store, which can be, I guess, will be something an increment of Google Play Store. Yeah. So yes, these all ideas that you are putting, they are based on the ideas that you have gathered so far, consciously or subconsciously. So here is my third point: prepare yourself for the unforeseen, and that is only possible when you learn your tools very, very faithfully. Whatever will be taught in next 3 years to you, it should be printed in your on your soul, in your mind. It should be inscripted in such a way, because these are the tools which are going to be used in connection in the future, so that you can create something. See, think of somebody who thought that rather than going to the bank, standing in a queue and filling in forms and sending things like that, why don't you just use your mobile phone which is in your hand to transfer money. And from that idea, so many startups started, you know. But for that, the information knowledge, IT knowledge was required. That was the tool. So this is the third point that you should be keeping in your mind. And like somebody in the beginning said, when I asked you that why are you doing BTech, he said that engineering will give me many opportunities in future. That is very correct. You should not limit yourself to very limited circle of your area. Mind you, your core area will be the stream that you will be studying in, like electronics. That will be your core area, but you have to prepare yourself for a cross-functional approach, where electronics be used in civil construction in that way. So that will give you a leverage over the others, and new ideas will start coming in. So that is something which is a different area of speech where I'll not dwell into. But right now I'll limit myself to the theme that we are doing. So how to motivate yourself? First, be faithful to the study or to the education or to the training that you are right now joining. Why? Because this will be used in the future to develop something different. And your goal should be very, very clear. Whether if it is your goal that you want your own workshop, engineering workshop, do that. It's very good. There is no harm in that. So you set your goal perfectly. I want my own engineering workshop in my own town. So you should be then very clear that how can you make it quantifiable? Whether it will be a lathe machine, whether it will be a printing press. If yes, then what will be the worth of it? What kind of size? Then comes the action plan. What I'm speaking about now is Arnav Datta says it's not worth deciding right now. I am putting my point in a slightly convoluted way. I'm not telling you it directly. What I'm telling to you, you should be ready for the challenges that the future will throw in front of you. Right now, you cannot guess. None of us guessed 10 months back that COVID will come. Nobody, I guess, nobody other than the people who were in China who were knowing it, other than nobody had an idea. Nobody had. Okay. So a few career counseling questions are coming that I'll take at the end of lecture because I'm just speaking it verbally. I don't have any PowerPoint presentation. So I'm going mentally with the theme. So let me stay streamlined. I'll answer all your questions, but at the end of this lecture, and I have to speak at least 45 minutes. I have completed 30 minutes. So I'll speak another 15 minutes. Let me complete the flow chart in front of you. So setting up your goal, finding a right role model for it. Here I would like to put role model not necessarily to be a man, woman, known personality. It can be an animal. It can be an object. You can Google out about somebody who was inspired by a toy. This toy was not a big known or Barbie or Ken type good looking toy. It was a very simple wooden toy which used to make noise tick 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 when you rotate it. So that kind of, so don't limit yourself to anything. You are human, your capacity is beyond your imagination. You yourself don't know that what you can be capable of. So don't limit it. Be like a child. If you, I'll give you a thought experiment here, just 1 minute. Say you are on a dinner table with your family, your parents, your elder brother, your younger brother and younger sister. The youngest one is say 2 years old. Okay. And all of a sudden your parents, they start floating in air. What do you think will be the reaction of the oldest brother who is 25 years old? Just write in chat box. You are on a dinner table.
Sorry, can you repeat?
I had a network problem actually.
Okay. Okay. Your elder brother will try to catch parents. Okay. And any other reaction? Okay. Now reaction of the youngest girl who is 2 years old. Exactly. You got it very correct, Aditya Hajarika. Youngest one would be laughing. So she is not introduced to the concept of gravity yet. Yeah. And again, Ricky Brahma Hajarika's answer is very correct. The elder brother will be shocked first. After that, he may start saving the parents. But at first, he'll be shocked. Why? Because he is now aware with the concept of gravity that people on their own cannot fly or float. So that is the difference that I want to make very clear. Be childlike. You think of all possible scenarios like a child thinks. A child thinks that anybody can float, yeah, in air. So think like that. Don't limit your imagination to nearby objects, or don't get easily influenced by the nearby events or the things that you have learned so far. Okay. Okay. So now we come to the action plan part of it. Your goal is set, your role model is set, and you have also acquired the skill or the tools which you would be needing in achieving your target. So how to set the action plan? That is the most difficult part of it. I'm telling you. And speaking out of my experience, in the morning, you may set a goal that by the evening, I have to complete this, but only I would say 5% people will be able to achieve it. Why so? If you have a plan, why it is so difficult, why if you have a goal, why it is so difficult to achieve it is because our planning most of the time is not correct. Why not correct? Because we don't give importance to the unforeseens, the things which are beyond our control. Okay. For example, you plan to go from A place to B, from say nearby city, say Dispur to Guwahati. Last year, beautiful place. Traveled from Guwahati to Bangladesh border to Dauki River. I loved it. So going from Guwahati to Bangladesh border the same day. So what should be my plan? I should hire a taxi wala, and I should be able to understand what is the difference now, distance between these two places. That is very easy nowadays on Google Map. You immediately come to know this, and then we set off a time, say at 7 o'clock in the morning. And what could be unforeseen? That is not appearing in this action plan. So if I'm able to take care of that unforeseen, I'll be definitely able to achieve my goal. I'll make it more clear and more precise according to your speech is, if you have, say, a goal of getting a placement after 3 years into a multinational company, say Google, then you should be very, very clear about your action plan. Am I in the correct stream? Am I doing the correct IT? Am I doing the correct electronics? What Google looks for? How many people have been already recruited from this campus to such a company? Do you know the data? If you know the data, then try to know the information. What were the questions that were asked during their interview? Of course, your counselors will tell you that, but this should be your action plan now, because it's already the thing that you have set, and your action plan should be set today itself. Then only you'll be able to achieve it. If just before the final semester you try to do it, you bet with me 99% chances are there you are not going to make it. That is why it is so difficult. So you plan for it. You plan for it today and think for the unforeseens. Create the scenarios. Put yourself in the shoes of a child and think for silly things that are not going to happen. There is 0.0001% chance that that will happen, but put it in your action plan and what you are going to do for that. So then only you will be able to achieve it. For this, I'll come back to my own story. As I told you, I am from a state called Uttarakhand. I have told you my school time story. So, like you, I also had a passion towards chemistry. Yeah. So I knew from the beginning that I have to do something with the chemistry itself. And the seniors whom I asked, nobody appeared for any exam that time. And that was the time when computer science was just coming in. Just. It was probably the first course which was launched in Allahabad Engineering College. And I, like any other, people, a sheep line where everybody starts flocking in for the same subject. I also thought that I'll also join computer science. So that was a mistake that I thought I did. I was not a mainframe that was not my liking. So if you fall for something which many people are doing and you also want to do that, I warn you, you are going to commit a blunder. It will be a gross mistake. So once the entrance exam result was out, I was in waiting list for that. And I asked somebody, I knew that it is going to be a big hit in next decade or so. So I asked somebody what they do. So they said you have to make the programs and deal with the computers and all. So I asked myself, how do they make computers then? So that gave me an idea that cutting edge chemistry would be required if you want fast processors and high speed networking. I hope I have made my point very clear. So my action plan was join the stream which you like. Number one, try to excel into it, collect your tools, and then try to find out, because everything runs by money. It runs on money. So from where the money will come? I told you I came from a place where money was not in abundance, and big families used to be there. Of course, old story, but still very valid in case of some of you. So everything was not available in abundance, and the most important and most riskier and most scary thing was not knowing English. So that was one thing. We were not having any teacher in our school who could speak in English. Not in college either. And I was in chemistry stream. There nobody used to speak in English. I cleared my BSc examination in Hindi chemistry. Can you believe that? I wrote each and every paper in Hindi language. And the first interview I faced was for the company called Dabur, which is in Saibabad, some 20 kilometers from where I sit now. And interview was thorough in English. Think of me, somebody who is coming from such a place, who haven't spoken a single line of English, and suddenly I knew they are asking chemistry. I could make it out, but how to answer it? You get freeze in front of those people. Nothing comes to your mind. It becomes blank. So then I immediately understood, if I have to survive in this, at least if I cannot speak, I have to write very well. If I have to write very well, I have to learn grammar and do something about this particular weakness of mine, something. My next advice or action plan now is, and this is final advice to you, that if you know your weakness, look for professional approach to solve it. It is not just going to get away by just motivation. Okay? Look for the people who are trained in that area, seek professional support training. So I found somebody who was a certified English speaker, and he told me tips and tricks how to learn English and how to speak English fluently without any hesitation. He charged heavily for that. Many people used to go there, and there, after 6 months, I understood that now I'm capable of facing any interview. And that is how, when I went for the DSC interview, I was very much confident, not on chemistry. I knew that that skill I have, but the weakness of mine, that was gone. So seek, when you are drawing an action plan, find out the unforeseens. Number two, find out your weaknesses and seek professional help for that. Don't go to anyone who is just saying that I'll do this for you, do that, मैं कर दूंगा. No, you look for the professional trainers. That is going to help you. So with this, I have completed 45 minutes now. Now, you can ask me your expectations now. I hope I gave you what probably was expected from me. I'll recapitulate it in the next 1 minute. First, what motivation means is you are motivated to achieve something. That means you have a goal set in place. So that is your first criteria. Your first job is to understand what you want. So set your goal. Right now you are doing BTech program. So your goal could be, I want to clear this with say a CGPA of 9 or 9.2 or 8.5, whatever you can think of. Anything 5 point someone plus. I hope you got the joke. So make your goal very clear, make it quantifiable so that you can draw an action plan. Look for the people around or the objects or anything which can be your role model, which can give you true inspiration. Number three, you draw an action plan, keeping in mind the unforeseens and your weaknesses. Once you have identified your weaknesses, which are generally common for most of the people, either lack of money, poor English knowledge, and don't be shy of that, because you are not supposed to be, an Englishman. We are Indians. We have our mother tongue. We have our local languages, regional languages. Be proud of that. You should have a knowledge of that, full knowledge of that. You should be proud of that. But if you are going to face something, for example, if you are going to play a soccer match, football match, if you are a very good badminton player, it is not going to work, because you are now playing football. So you should have a football knowledge. For that, you seek professional help, professional footballer. Oh, so I have made it clear to you. Once your action plan is in place, and then do faithfully your work, you will achieve something someday. Definitely. Definitely. Now, please ask me anything on chat so that I can reply to your questions to the best of my capacity. Which branch of engineering has the best scope in IUCN? Mausum Raj Gogoi. Gogoi, IOCL is a huge organization, probably beyond your imagination. We are not only into petrol, diesel, and LPG. Okay, so I would request you go to www.iocl.com. Under career, you will come to know almost all branches of engineering. Almost all. I'm putting it like this. They have a scope. Okay, any branch you think of, and we need people. Can you give certain book suggestions on leadership? Okay. There are many, but most popular one probably everybody has studied is 7 Habits of Effective People or Good People. There is something on this title line. There will be at least 5 books. 7 habits. You just Google out 7 habits, and you will get 7 habits of leaders, 7 habits of good people, effective people, 7 habits how to speak fluent English. You will get a range of those. So I would say those are very practical. How to acquire a good job in either Google, Microsoft for mechanical engineering. Okay, Question is from Bhaskar Jyoti Deka. See, Deka, how do you think Google operates? It's not only IT. They require a huge infrastructure, huge network to connect with people. So they mostly outsource it to the other companies. So my idea is to look for the outsourcing companies to which Google has given their job, say for laying the network cable. So you look into that. Okay? How to develop communication skills? My friend, as your question has the answer, communicate. And my best shot would be you start communicating with your friends, with your family members first. The people who are generally introvert and who try to remain within themselves, they are not good communicators. Nowadays, this is a counseling advice for you guys. Nowadays, it's not only GD, written examination, personal interview, and all. It's a psychology test also sometimes that companies do, and they try to figure out the people who are in their silos, who do not speak much, or who do not express. So those people are not supposed to be a very good team player, and there is nothing like solo. It can be only in Hollywood movies, but not in real world. You have to interact with people, gel with them. So just start communicating and try to put your point in simple, straightforward, minimum words. I want to go there, that's all. Your point should be delivered. That should be the communication. When should we start preparing for exams like GATE? Today itself. I have already told you. I purchased a GATE examination form from SBI, and this SBI bank was somewhere. I had to take a bus which took almost 4 hours to reach to the bank branch, and that time it used to cost 500 rupees. So everybody in the bank was, who is this boy who is trying to purchase this so costly form, and what kind of exam is this? So that was the awareness level, and but I would say now it's a time. You'll be mentally prepared after 3 years and ready to be appearing in the GATE exam. So make your concepts very clear from today itself, so that you can very easily clear this exam. Sangeeta Das, sir, if someone is from core branch and they want to pursue knowledge in IT branch, how to keep a balance in between? Okay, there is something called time management, Sangeeta. See, for IT, you can take a software one by one and take it from a professional group outside your university or inside your university if there are vocational courses scope is available. And it's only up to you how you manage your time. It's only up to you. Nothing comes for free. Here, free means not only money, but you have to give in your time also. Abhigyan, thank you, sir. Thank you so much for listening me. Rajdeep Bora, that is why there is something. Army officers who have all-round developed. Of course, I'll tell you my background. My father was a captain. My brother is a major. I'm only the odd man out. You know why so many Gadwalis are in forces, Army, Navy, Air Force? They are so well built. They are genetically designed to last longer. That is one reason they are mentally in a very different mode since their birth. Our life is very hard. I guess same is for the Assam and Northeast people also. Life is very hard. You get water, nearby water source would be somewhere around 5 kilometers. You have to walk around and then at least give 5 rounds in a day to collect water. So it happens, and then you develop something called resilience. Yeah? Is there name of the institute like IITs and NITs matters for companies? Yes, that is something called brand, but it is not 100% true. It is your character, what matters first. Do you think that everybody from IIT gets a campus recruitment? You go to IITs and ask, no, does not happen that way. You try to understand how many people in Google or Wipro or TCS are from IITs. You'll be surprised to know. Just Google out. Try to understand. It is the branch with which you should be faithful. That is, I have said in the beginning itself. SSB actually. Okay. Congratulations. I guess this SSB is. I don't know. It is. There are many places now. Bangalore, Dehradun, Bhopal, where they conduct SSB. So if you are doing SSB in Army, also they have engineering core. They have many other disciplines where engineers are required in Army actually, and they do on-field job. Dehradun is fantastic. I've seen the place. So best wishes to you. Okay, flying branch. Best wishes, Rajdeep. Any more questions? So I can then tell Mr. Devnath to show my biodata if he has received by this time. That was a joke. No problem.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You encourage a lot our young minds. And I hope they will listen carefully to your words and accordingly. So I received your biodata. Just a second.
So here is one idea which just came to my mind. Somebody think of a startup where you keep a database of biodata of most of the people so that you can trade it off. You know, there are agencies who professionally do this.
So are you able, sir, biodata?
Yes. Yes. Now it is gone. Just now it has come.
Yes. So you can see he is a owner of a very well personality and PhD, huge experience, 20 years of experience, 11 patents, 41 publications, membership of many organizations, PPC, gone awards 9, 2009, 11, 13, and 18, and many more. So he's been men, and we are very happy to have. Hello.
Thank you, Mr. Devnath. Thank you very much. I hope I have done some justice to the theme which was given to me, and I really regret I could not make a PowerPoint presentation because of the IPR issues and short notice. But in good old days when physical events were possible, I used to go to university and do some demonstrations also, experimental demonstrations where students really connect to it. For example, how to follow a chemical reaction using IR. So I could show them that what happens when acid and base reacts, what happens to the temperature. So they can visually see it and appreciate it. Likewise in electronics and IT, many demonstrations which I have created on my own. So, but that is not possible now. But whatever best we can
Right,
do.
sir. It would be better for us if you come in our campus, campus in the Northeast area, and you probably enjoy it. So thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Pleasure is mine, and best wishes to all students.
Thank you, sir.
We can call
Thank
it
you,
a day,
sir.
and thank you very much,
Thank you, sir.
everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So now we are moving to our next speaker. Sir, will you post your email ID here?
I have not posted.
You may post in the chat box.
It's not okay. I will tell myself it's not required.
Okay, we have with us a very renowned person of our university, a man who is like placement expert is our own Professor Shankar Chandra Deka, FRSC, in the professor in the Department of Food Engineering Technology, and he is a member of many professional bodies and fellow of many honors, like fellow of Royal Society of Chemistry, fellow of Indian Society of Agriculture Biochemistry, so many more, and also many university responsibilities are holding by him. So Rajdeep, please mute your mic. So with this, I invite Professor Deka to introduce the gather.
Thank you, Dr. Vijay. Welcome all these newcomers who am I audible to all of you?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Myself, Professor Shankar Chandra Deka, Dr. Vijay has already told you. And currently I'm a professor in the Department of Food Engineering and Technology, also looking after the training and placement activities, where I'm a professor in research. With me, I have a deputy director. He is Dr. Piyush Chandra Das. So he will also be interacting with you after my lecture. So I will try to collect or try to give you some of the important points which are very essential for job opportunities. Before that, let me share my presentation. This university is a very beautiful university. I don't know, because of this COVID-19 pandemic. Are you hearing my voice?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So this is a very, very beautiful university. Campus is lush green, very beautiful. Once you visit, I think you will remember forever until and unless you go out from here, you will be very, very, lively here. This university was established by the following the Assam Accord, and which was a Assam agitation long back. Then this university, IIT, etc., were established. So it's a very beautiful university. And in this university, we have training and placement cell. This cell is actually divided into two different units, or again, two different entities. One is for the engineering school and another is for the non-engineering. So in the engineering school, myself and Dr. Das, who will also be interacting with you, as I have said. So we are working here, we have a group here, and we are housed right in the middle in the Dean building of School of Engineering. Because of pandemic, you are not able to come here, but I hope in the next year, beginning or maybe later in this year, you will be able to move on, and then you will be looking at all these things. And before coming into my actual topic, I would like to just know from you why the induction program is important, or why we are conducting the induction program. See, induction program, the very basic objective of the induction program is to help the students like you, because you are coming from diversified fields. Somebody is coming from very remote village, somebody is coming even very remote, somebody is coming from high-tech areas. So we have to have the students from different fields. And once you are coming from different fields, a lot of questions are hovering in your mind. But we don't want all these things. We want to treat you equally. We want to treat our own child, own children. For that, the induction program is very, very important. It has a lot of importance in this particular sense. And also to feel by you, you have to feel yourself, you are very comfortable. That feeling should come to your mind. You have to have a new environment here when you are coming. But even then, when different academics are dealing different classes, you will be getting new environment, new feelings, all these things you must be realizing. So you should sensitize with all these things. And also, you should also try to learn or inculcate the values or the ethos or the culture of this university. We have a very specific important culture or the ethos in your university. So our different academics, different faculty members of this university who are very learned members, they will be trying to give you these lessons, and you will be treated like their own child or children, and you must follow all these things. That is why this induction program is very important. In addition, we also try to make a bond. We are not very formal in the sense, or informal in the sense that we try to make a bond like a chemical reaction, covalent bond. We try to make a bond so that you and me, or you and I, the relationship grows more and more stronger and stronger. That is why we expect, when our relationship is very stronger, then we can create new things, new ideas, and new more field we can explore. That is the very basic objective. Perhaps this was discussed at the beginning. Even then, I am again reiterating all these things. So as I have said, so I will be basically dealing with this particular, the very important materials or the ingredients which are required for job opportunities. See, your luck is in your hand. You have to create it. Your luck is not given by Tezpur University. Your luck is not thrown by your parents. Your luck is not thrown by your brothers and sisters. Your luck is not thrown by your neighbors. Your luck is in your hand. You have to develop. Fathers, mothers, ourselves, we are felicitator. We can help you at any extent, but all the things you have to materialize. You have to feel all these things. That is why the university culture is totally different. So basically speaking, on these job opportunities, I will be dealing with some of the very important key elements which are extremely essential. I was just when you were having the preceding discussion, I was also hearing for a few minutes, maybe about 7-8 minutes, Mr. Pokhriyal, I think, and some of you also interacted with him regarding the communication skill. Yes, of course, there are a lot of important elements. One of the basic elements in job opportunities, or to grasp the very good job opportunities, always you should have a very good communication skills. It may be in English, it may be in Hindi, it may be in your mother tongue, whatever, but the communication skill must be very effective. And generally, or commonly speaking, in university level or at the national or international level, our communication skill is in English. So as I said earlier, we are from different backgrounds. Even some of your higher secondary students, they must have passed in Hindi or must have passed in vernacular language, but doesn't matter. You need to worry about. You have lot of scopes. You will be getting a lot of ample opportunities to equilibrate that situation. So please be very positive. You can develop anything. So you have to have a good communication skill. I should say preferably in English, because when you are doing or coming to the training and placement and you are undergoing some training or some interviews, if your verbal communication skill is not good, many of the times the other persons who are on the other side of the table, they think that he is not good in communicating, so he may not be a good member to communicate, to transfer the message. That is why, otherwise your knowledge is good, but that way they may not feel very much comfortable. That is why you always feel that the verbal communication skill of a particular student should be very effective. In addition, we also want the written communication skill, because when you are communicating verbally, many of the matters, such ingredients like your grammar, like your punctuations, like your specific word choice may not come instantaneously. But when you talk about think about the written communication skills, your body language won't come. It will be only your good composition, grammar, punctuation, word choice. They're very critical and very imperative. That is why please try to have good communication skill in your verbal as well as in the written way. You have a lot of now e-gadgets nowadays. You can develop. There are a lot of ways how to develop. Mr. Pokhriyal has also hinted some of the points I was hearing about how to have a good communication skill. One of the most critical element in job opportunities is the domain knowledge. And I'm here for the last in training and placement for the last almost 3.5 years. And my colleague is also working for the last several years, Dr. Das. But we have experienced that the knowledge of our, particularly the subject knowledge or the domain knowledge of our student is very, very, what I should say, I don't like to use the word poor, but I should use the word not expected to our satisfactory level. And this is a remark given by a lot of good companies. When the companies people, they're coming very frequently, of course, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, this year we are arranging through online. Otherwise, every year, more than 30 to 40 companies, they are coming, and some are in Guwahati, some are coming to our campus. There are a lot of companies are coming in different, because we have almost six to seven, I think, BTech programs are there, right from civil, then food engineering, then your mechanical engineering, then your electrical engineering, electronics, computer science. So all these are, we have another 2-3 departments now, they are not having BTech, but in this, when the companies came, they almost give the similar information, similar feedback. That is the knowledge of the students in his field. Say for a student from food engineering, say for a student from the computer engineering, his knowledge is not good as expected. And now you can see today in this world, the world is very competitive. World is very open, very competitive. If you are not having good knowledge, naturally they won't select you. That is why the knowledge of your subject, the knowledge in your technical field is very critical, and you must learn, right? Say for example, some of you were asking Mr. Prokrial, I have seen that how to appear in GATE, when to appear in GATE. See, you forget about GATE right now, but try to develop the knowledge. Say for example, in your first semester, you are getting mathematics, then mathematics 2, then mathematics 3, similarly physics or chemistry, but then similarly functional English and other subjects like environmental chemistry or environmental science. Now most of the subjects nowadays are available online in the NPTEL website. There are a lot of IIT professors are there who has developed very good, even animated lectures which are available in NPTEL. So my friends, I would request you now, instead of thinking, GATE, you go to NPTEL, because your faculty members will be discussing a lot of important lessons, but even then you will be getting a lot of ample of time. And during this time, you please go to NPTEL and open that. When you are in bathroom or when you are retiring for bed, then also you can see all these lectures, video lectures. Say for example thermodynamics, say for example fluid mechanics. So all these things you can have beautifully, you can grasp beautiful explanations by IIT professors, very renowned professors they are giving. So you can have, once you are mastering the information right from the very first semester, then to the second, then to the third onwards, and slowly from third onwards you are coming to your own branch, and now it is your business how to have the occupation in a very stronger way, or to make a strong anchor in your area. Domain, I mean your own area. If you are from electrical, so you have to have very good basics knowledge of electrical engineering, or if you are from electronics, or if you are from the computer, how to do the coding. So coding, if you don't know, being a graduate from the computer science, naturally the takers won't select you. That is why this knowledge is very critical, and we are facing a lot of problems during our last 3 and 4 years, that many takers are not selecting. They are coming here, but they are not selecting. Even Google also came here, the ones, but they were reluctant to take. That is why, my student friends, I request you to get your knowledge in a very solidified way. One more important element or ingredient in your professional life is your aptitude. Because what is your natural ability, or what is your ability, whether you have a competence or not, to do a particular work or a or job, that is very, very important. So to do this, you have to have lot of practices, and these practices will excel you to a high competence level. And when you go to a high competence level, naturally your performing a particular work will also excel. That is why your aptitude should be increased, for particularly for professional life. If you don't have very good aptitude, naturally the takers, the company people, the human resource persons who will be coming over here to select you, they may not prefer you. That is why your aptitude is very, very important. Another very key element, once maybe a few months back you were at the higher secondary level, the moment you are joining in the university or in the institute, you are now coming to a different world. So your thinking ability is very important, because you have to think everything from the perspective of the professional area. If you are from the computer science, or if you are from the civil engineering, or if you are from the food engineering, what should be your analytical mind? Your analytical mind in every particular field is very critical. And as Pokriyal also mentioned, in many of the interviews I have seen nowadays, psychologists are also kept. So what is going on in your mind? They can read very easily. That is why your analytical thinking or your critical thinking instantaneously in that particular situation is very, very important. Analytical thinking generally involves the person who can use logic, whether you are scientifically presenting the things or not, whether the logic is very important for that particular perspective or not. All these things are involved in the analytical thinking. But in the critical thinking, your particular thinking critically in that particular situation, how you can analyze the situation, that is very, very important. Overall, the analytical and the critical thinking are very important in our professional life, because when the company people will be coming over here and you are giving a very short period of time, within that short notice you have to make your mind very positively, so that can be read by them very easily. If you are positive, definitely you will be getting positive results. One of the key elements also is the leadership skills, because in your professional life, particularly when you are joining companies or you are going to start your own company, if you are starting a startup, then you will be involving a lot of persons under you. You will be an employer, and the people who will be employed by you, you will be looking into a lot of characters. Or when you will be involved or you will be absorbed by a company people, their HR people will be absorbing you in their own company, then they will be analyzing a lot of critical factors. One is whether you have the ability to work in a team, you have a leadership skills, you have discipline or not, can you take some project, how to go forward to perform these different activities in these projects, how you learn, how you develop the different situation, then do you inspire others, can you keep learning every moment, or the learning what you made 1 year back, still that is, it's learning is something like a changing of the mobile or changing of the oil in our car. When you go for maintenance of our own car, every 5,000 or 4,000 miles or kilometers, we change our oil. Why do we change our oils? Can you think yourself? It is because that oil is no longer important, because we have already crossed the 5,000 kilometers. Similarly, the knowledge which you earned last year or last year, it may not be relevant today, because the world is very dynamic. You have to change your mindset. You have to be ready to learn every minute. In every minute, you can learn new things in your own field. So the learning ability in every minute keeps you abreast in your knowledge in your own field. That is why learning is a continuous process. If you don't try to learn, means you are out of the race or out of the competition. Then do you have the capability or resolving capacity for a conflict? If there is a conflict, can you resolve it? Then you have to be a very discerning listener. Discerning listener means You have to be ready to listen in such a way, even you can remember the face, the person who is speaking. So this type of discerning listener is very important. Many times when a person is speaking, we don't want to learn. We don't want to learn. We go out, or simply we debunk, or simply we give some proxy. This is not good. If you are doing all this, or if you are following all this, that means you are losing yourselves. That is why in a good leadership, I mean, the person who wants to be a good leader, he must develop, these are some of the elements, it may be more than that. So he must develop some of the properties or traits which are very basics. So leaders always listen very carefully, and he has always, or she has always, having the resolving capacity of a conflict or dispute coming up, and he has always, or she has always, the ability to learn. She or he has the ability to inspire others also. So these are some of the basic traits we must remember, and we must not only remember, we must inculcate also. We must follow, we must inculcate. And I'm every time referring my preceding, the speaker, that is Mr. Pokhriyal, I think. So he also mentioned about teamwork. Teamwork is nowadays very important. At the end of my slide, I have mentioned COVID-19 pandemic. See, this COVID-19 pandemic has changed the life like anything. I am around 55 years old. I have never experienced in my life this type of situation. The day when I remember from my, school, preschool up to this level, I never remember this type of days. So last 8 months was really horrible. And in this type of period, I should say a devastating period, your teamwork, or had there not been teamwork, we would not been even able to go for the trial 3 experiment of the vaccines which are going to come up in the next one or next months. So these are slowly and slowly becoming possible because of the teamwork. Similarly, our teamwork is also important for our job, for our profession. If you are joining in a company tomorrow morning, then if you are not developing the teamwork, then your company may fire you. Your company may not like you. That's why the teamwork is very important. When you are doing or going ahead or forwarding everything in a teamwork manner, your success rate will also be very, very high. So to get a good consistency in the success, you are always expected to work in a team manner, and that is why this is very crucial element. As I have already mentioned, that in addition to the above factors, another important factor, and present government is also, or every institution nowadays are going to have a department or center also. The skill is very important. Engineer, suppose you are computer science engineer, you are suppose civil engineer, or say food engineer, or say electrical engineer, you must have skill in your subject, in your domain. If you are not able to show or showcase very naturally your skills, the takers may not be able to take you. That is why the learning, the skills in your field is very critical. You must be able, you must be developed, or must be developing that particular habit to learn or to develop those skills in your domain. Otherwise, it is very, very difficult to go ahead. Some of the elements like how to develop the skills is you have to be always very curious. The day when you were coming to the art, and the day when you will be living up to your last breath, if you are very good, you have to have a mind of curiousness. And this curiosity will always be giving you some of the new things in your mind. Then you must have a mindset to learn every moment. You should have a versatile, and you should be a role model to your juniors, your colleagues. You should be always very humble, should have humility, and should be very simple. And always you should have a mentor. The mentor is generally, what I mean here, is a very experienced person in your field, and who can give you guidance very positively. Those people I refer here as a mentor. Maybe you're a faculty member, maybe your father or mother, or maybe a very senior. They may be your mentors. So you should have a mentor in your domain, and try to have feedback. Feedback in the sense that suppose you are trying to or doing a project. At the end of your project, you should have feedback from those people who were involved, and try to take it very positive. Don't feel embarrassment. Try to take positively the feedback with what they are going to give you. A man can develop or can excel many times when he or she is really trying to analyze the feedback in a positive way. Don't hide. Company people, when they are excelling in their own field, see their profile. See their profile. I have heard a lot of lectures from Narayan Murthy also. He has also spoken number of times. I think in YouTube their lectures are available. That once many people who are otherwise you think good people giving feedback on you, try to analyze it, and your feedback will reflect that up to what extent you are coming and what are the improvements further you are requiring. So those elements are very critical. If you are analyzing or if you are able to develop in that way, you can do anything. There is nothing which can deter you. So you can go ahead. Another important point, learning cycle, it should be shortened as much as you can. One more important element in our professional life is the time management, because nowadays everyone is speaking no time. Many times your father, mother also, sometimes your well-wisher also, sometimes your neighbor also, your friends also sometimes gives the information by time nahi, no time. What is that? So the nahi time, that is not actually a very good word, but we have to be the ability how to manage our time. To manage our time, we have lot of small tips. If you develop these small tips, you can go ahead or you can do lot of things. I have mentioned here, have a time check. Know exactly how you spend your time. Always you should know how you are spending your time. If you have your mind is already able to analyze and how you are using your time, is it in a positive way or is it in a way which actually you require, then definitely you are on the track. Then there should be always time limit. Setting a time limit for a task can be fun, but always there should be a time limit. Suppose you are taking a job or a project, small project, you should not have a time for 4 years, 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, 15 years down the line. No, our life is limited. We should know. So whatever we are doing, it should be for a time, or that limit of the time, we should put a mark up to what extent I will go. Similarly, there are other things like software tools. There are to-do list, means what are, suppose in my next month, what are my plan? What I will do in the next month? What I will do in the next to next month? I should have all this in my list. If I don't plan well ahead, I will be a failure person. That is why always we should have a good plan. And in this plan, if you are making very positively, definitely it will help you to manage the time. Similarly, some of the things what we are doing in our important life or professional life, it doesn't require your personal involvement in every job. Some of the jobs you should analyze yourself. Do I go there personally, or can I delegate somebody, or can I take it in an outsourced way, or should I be involved directly? You should analyze. If it is not having so much requirement of direct involvement, you can delegate these things to somebody else. Thereby also you can save a lot of times. This way you should analyze. Say for example, you are doing a job in a company, and at the same time you have to have some other informations. So you can ask your other colleagues, so can you please help me, or who is assisting, or your subordinate staff, can you please help me in collecting or getting those informations? Instead of going there, you can collect those informations, and later on you can analyze those informations. And this way, this is one of the small examples. So this way you can delegate some of your outsourcing activities also. And very important point is also you must be always a focused person. If you are not a focused person, you are then distracted. When you are distracted, then you cannot be a very successful person. That is why time management in our contemporary life is very important, not only in jobs, in other areas also. I'm coming almost close to my discussions. The point which I just mentioned, the approach, what we are going to have, it should be always very, very focused. Always, whatever we do, we should decide ourselves, yes, I will do this. Say, for example, somebody is joining in civil engineering. He should be focused in civil engineering studies. Somebody is studying in food engineering. He should be studying in food engineering. It's not that after 1 year he will be going to civil engineering. Somebody is studying in computer engineering. It should not be that after 1 year he'll be coming to civil engineering. So approach, whatever the profession you are selecting, you should feel that it is a very genuine duty for me to focus to get a more or to get a good success. Then only you will be successful. So if you are not focused, as I have mentioned, you will be distracted in every minute, and ultimately at the day end, you are not going to get your result. To sum up, I would like to give some of the examples who were very, very focused in their professional life. If you see the history, you will get a lot of YouTube's materials. For example, Bill Gates is the failed person from the university. Mark Zuckerberg is a failed person from the university. Steve Jobs also a failed person from the university. But why I'm taking all these examples, you know, they were very successful. Every one of them is what I should say, a business magnate in their own domain. Bill Gates, one of the famous, business magnate in the world from Microsoft. Mark Zuckerberg, still very young, less than 40, one of the business magnate. Okay, without Mark Zuckerberg, today's our many gadgets wouldn't have been possible. Steve Jobs died about 2-3 years or 4 years back, who's one of the founders of the Apple. So all these persons were academically failed. But what I want to mean, they were very focused in their job, what they want to have, what is their passion. And because of their focus, or because of the high level of passions, they were the successful person ever been produced in this world. Bill Gates, one of the greatest personality in this world. Mark Zuckerberg, one of the greatest. Steve Jobs, one of the greatest. Jeff Bezos, one of the greatest, probably richest person right now. Jack Ma, one of the greatest business magnate from China, of Alibaba Group. There are lots of examples I can give you, but I'm just pointing here 4 or 5 examples. You should learn, all are alive except Steve Jobs. See their background. They are not from IIT, they are not from ISER, they are not from any big central university, they are not from any bar. See, when you are graduating, you are getting BTech, I won't say it is your education. Your real education will start when you will go to company, when you will go to your market, when you will start something startup, when you will do something at your own. Then your real education will be valuable. And then you will realize, yes, am I now capable of to start something? If you are not capable of, if you are not having any idea, then you will be a failed person. But my friends, all these guys, they may be a failed person in academics, but they were iconic figure in their ideas. Their ideas were immensely valuable, just like Nobel. You get a Nobel Prize. People who do invention or some discoveries which is innovatively unique, they get Nobel Prize. Similarly, these persons had the idea so marvelous, and the benefit came to the human being in such a way that people cannot believe. That's why I say they are so famous. That is why your idea is always ready. You may be a 5-pointer, you may be a 6-pointer, you may be a 7-pointer, doesn't matter. You may be a 10-pointer, but sometimes you see 5-pointer or 6-pointer out of the 10 scale, he is succeeding like anything because his idea is something different. That is why when you are studying this type of professional courses, you should always also hover a idea in your mind, what new things I can create in my area. That should be always in your mind. If you are inculcating this type of things, I am very much hopeful that you will be a successful person in your life. Summing up or summarizing, which I have already narrated, the communication skill, domain knowledge, aptitude, logic or analytical thinking, then leadership qualities, teamwork, skill development, time management, and focus. All these elements, my brothers and sisters, are very, very critical in our professional life. Thank you very much. If you have some quick questions, I can take one or two because Dr. Das is waiting for another discussion, which is also related to job opportunities, who is my deputy director, who is a very dedicated guy in training and placement cell, School of Engineering. So friends, quickly, I can take one or two questions.
Yes, if someone has any question, please ask to Professor Decker. We may take
friends.
one.
Okay, then. Thank you very much. We'll be interacting
for your extramural talk.
Yeah,
we really enjoy it.
We'll be definitely interacting with all these guys when they're coming to the campus, Dr. Devnath. So I am very grateful. They're very young, so they're having a lot of ideas probably in their mind. So I think related discussions again will be taken up by Dr. Das from my training and placement cell. So with this, thank you very much to all of you, and also to Dr. Devnath, who is giving me this opportunity for discussing or interacting with these very, very young guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And I'm just informing our young students that they definitely will meet Dr. Decker because he is in training and placement cell, so you always interact with him. So thank you once again, sir. Now, may I now invite our Deputy Director, sir, from Training and Placement Cell, Dr. Pitishno Das. So, sir, you may proceed.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, loud and clear.
Good afternoon,
Yes, sir.
everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to,
Good afternoon, sir.
first of all, I would like to thank our Professor in Search, sir, Professor Sankotekar, sir, who has given an excellent presentation. He has really covered all the points so well, so in such an elaborative and exhaustive manner, and a very comprehensive manner. He has given a lot of external inputs to you. I think it is enough for these young guys, young magnets who have already taken admission here, that they are filled up with a lot of good positive input points from our sir. So thank you, sir. And with your due permission, sir, I would like to take over today's session of training and placement.
Sure. Go ahead, please, Dr. Das.
Okay. Vijay, can I share my screen, or will you introduce something?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can share.
But
go to the present now.
Present now. Acha, acha. Okay. Present now. Your entire screen, no?
Yes.
Entire screen. Just a sec. Is the PPT visible?
Till now, not visible. Just select that and that present. Click on that present.
Share.
Share, yes. Select the entire screen and then share. Click on share.
I have selected entire screen, but I am not able to share because share button is coming not highlighted. It's not highlighted.
Yes. Just to select first the screen. Then share. Click on share.
Share is not highlighted for me. Something is wrong.
Like I am doing like this. Just you select your entire screen. Like click on that button. Click on that button.
The button is not highlighted, not active. It's not working.
No. Before that screen is there, na? Like TV screen. Then click on that. Click on that.
Oh, acha. Fine. Yes, now I think it is visible, no?
Yes. Now it is appeared.
Is it now visible?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Well,
Okay, thank you. So anyway, thank you very much, Professor Sankartaka sir, our professor in charge of training and placement cell. With your due permission, and I would like to take over today's session to the young students, young brigades who have joined Tezpur University with a lot of hopes, a lot of aspiration. But with hopes and aspiration comes a lot of responsibilities. Myself, Dr. Piyush Chandra Das from the Training and Placement Cell, School of Engineering, Tezpur University. I'm the Deputy Director, Training and Placement Cell, Tezpur University. We would like to continue with the thread that Sir had started, Professor Sankartaka Sir has started, regarding job opportunities in industries post-COVID-19. Is it clear enough, everybody? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Can you see the first point in my screen? It is self-confidence.
Yes, sir.
It is not told by me. It is told by our youth. It is told by one of our great personalities the country has produced, Mr. Vivekananda. Vivekananda has told many times that self-confidence is the most important criteria for success. Now, how to develop self-confidence? It is through your day-to-day work. It is through your hard work, commitment, dedication, determination, honesty, and the overall the attitude as well as the passion. You might have heard a lot about passion from Professor Sankartaka sir. Yes, it is true. Degrees are important, CGPAs are important, marks are important, but along with that, you have the dedication to your work. Without thinking much about the result, you have to work, keep on working, and you have to follow your passion, follow your interest. So that is why Sir has told about passion. Now, once you run after passion, once you do your work sincerely with determination, then automatically self-confidence will develop. Then rest of all the negative points in the world cannot even to you. You will go ahead. English communication skill. It is the most important thing in life, self-confidence, which is the anybody who is confident about himself or herself, there is a bright chance that he or she will definitely succeed. Now, along with self-confidence, there is another point called attitude. Attitude decides altitude, because if you might have seen in a lot of jobs, everybody is not selected. Many people apply, but all people are not selected. One of the bright example in our country is that most of our defense personnel, even you can say almost 60%, they belong to a particular state, they belong to a particular community. Almost 60%, you can say, in our defense forces, they belong to Punjab. So have you ever thought about it? What is attitude? It's a simple English word which might take your whole lifetime to grasp this, absorb this word, to understand this word. What is attitude? If you have really positive attitude, if you are really open-minded, really hardworking, then things will turn different. If you are really having the team spirit, really cooperative with others, if you really accept your mistake, mingle with others, learn from others, share with others, dissemination of information, if all these things, inputs are there already in you, in your personality, then automatically your attitude will be good. There must be something special in this particular people from Punjab. That is why majority of our defense forces are from there. Now, if you connect with this particular example, this is just an example. Don't take it other way around, please. Because there must be something with this particular people from a particular state that the majority of them in our defense forces get selected from there. Almost 60%, you can say. So think over this, ponder over it. It's a food for thought. All these young, fresh BTech potential graduates, engineering graduates, what is attitude? If your attitude is right, you will definitely reach altitude. But along with attitude and altitude and self-confidence, you have to work day in and night. And I would like to tell you, this training placement department, whatever job opportunities you get in the future, post-COVID-19 or during COVID-19, everything is a team job. It's a team spirit, and training placement is all about students' involvement. Student has to get involved with student placement activities, training and placement activities. It's in most of the reputed and good engineering colleges, you see that students are overwhelmingly involved, or by heart and soul they are involved in the training and placement cell. Our teachers are there, our professor in charge is there, myself, I am there. We are there to guide you, we are there to help you, to give a direction to your effort, but student has to get involved. Student has to cooperate basically with the placement and cell. That's why our training and placement cell, the organizational structure of our training and placement cell, it's a complete team structure. Team structure means we have a professor in charge. First of all, in our university, Tezpur Central University, there are 2 training and placement cells. One is for engineering, other is for non-engineering. So both the cells are headed by 2 professors in charge. Our cell is headed by engineering TNP cell, is headed by Professor Sankodeka sir, and I assist him. We have a big team of 3-4 people. Even our D grade people of D grade office staff, they are also assisting us. We have groomed them to do a lot of good works, even though they are from multitasking. They are multitasking staff. One is an office staff, but they have been groomed and they have been elevated in terms of work, not in terms of their designation. So we have skilled them. We have learned. We have allowed them how to develop team spirit, how to learn things, how to take in a positive. So I am telling once again, repeating that TNP cell is all about students' involvement, because our staff, placement student coordinators from each and every department. Each and every department means there are 6 BTech engineering degrees departments here. Other than energy department, energy is only about MTech and PhD. But rest of the civil, electrical, mechanical, electronics, computer science, and food, these are the 6 departments here. And in all the departments, we have around, except electrical, we have almost around food. We have 45 seats. In the rest of the engineering departments, electrical, we have 30, and rest are 60, almost 60. So we have around in BTech, we have around 200 plus students every year coming to Tezpur University with a lot of hopes and aspiration. But we would like to request you, whatever personality you have developed till your school, class 12 or class 10, it's already, that input is there already in you. But you have to be extremely active regarding training and placement cell once you have joined Tezpur University. Because the whole success of training and placement cell, along with our effort, depends on students too. Because I'll give you a bright example. There are companies like TCS who writes a mail to me that your students have not participated in our hackathon, in our coding competition. So I keep on receiving mails from certain organizations who are complaining that the participation of students in their activities. Training and TCS, Tata Consultancy Service, which engulfs all kind of branches. They are open to all kind of branches. Any engineering graduate, they are allowing for their job, their recruitment process. Now, they have a criteria of selecting premier institutes. Unfortunately, we do not come under TCS Premier Institute. TCS do recruit from our university, but we are not a premier institute in the image of TCS, because the problem is that there are a lot of coding competition, hackathon, and other competitions are being held by a lot of organizations, for example, TCS. Now, if our students participate, the number is important. Winning is a second stage, but participation from our university is important, from our departments are important. So they go by that. Once they see that continuously the students are participating from a particular institute, from a particular university in good numbers for the last 1 or 2 years, then the focus comes. Then they put us in our premier list. Now, it doesn't mean that TCS doesn't recruit from us. Every year, 7-8 students minimum gets recruited from Tezpur University, especially from computer science, electrical, and electronics. But many students are not interested in coding jobs, software application jobs, product development jobs, software product development jobs. So that may be the reason. But if our participation is more, definitely the recruitment will be more. Now, how students has to get involved? Because rest of the points all Deka sir has already covered. So I would like to focus a little bit on our operational part of training and placement cell. So how coordinators are selected? The student has to select a student coordinator from their batch. Suppose you are batch of 2020 to 24 electrical. So the electrical 2020 to 24 batch, this particular batch has to select in the third semester, when they're in the third semester, or probably in the fourth semester, it will be too late. In the third semester itself, once they assemble as an electrical branch in a classroom, so they have to select one student placement coordinator from electrical 2020 to 24 batch, for example. So in this manner, they will keep on selecting student coordinators from all the 6 departments. We do have student coordinators from MTech also for the MTech courses, MTech programs, but BTech 6 departments. These 6 departments, 6 courses, they will have to select each and every batch has a student placement coordinator. So they will have to select from their branches for that particular batch. Now, on the top of this, there is a faculty placement coordinator from your department who looks after all the programs, BTech, MTech, MCA, everything. Whatever is there in program is there in the particular department. So the faculty placement coordinator also has a pivotal role, has an important role to play. So we do expect a lot of things from faculty placement coordinator along with the students' participation with TNP cell. Now, another thing, Deka sir has told you a lot about English communication skill. Now, is fortunately or unfortunately, English is the medium of instruction. English is the corporate, global communicating language. There is no other way around. It is the most popular global corporate communicating language. Of course, communication skill doesn't mean that you are only good at English speaking or to communicate in English. Communication skill is an overall trait in your personality, how well you tackle people, how well you behave with people, and how well and judiciously, meticulously you communicate with the other person across the table. So don't take it other way around that English communication skill is only the part of communication skill. Yes, for job purposes, for placement purposes, it is one of the most important global corporate communicating language, most common, most important. That is why when we refer to communication skill, whether that is verbal or written, we always say that English communication skill. All your qualities, your experiences, if at all you have anything, and your traits, your project description, everything will be reflected in your resume, in your curriculum vitae, in your biodata. When you are in the third semester, please start developing a biodata or a curriculum vitae or a resume. You just have to consult your seniors, get some help from somewhere. We are there to help you. So biodata development is also important along with your communication skills. The biodata should be with a good photograph with all the details of your class 10, class 12, all other achievements that you have achieved earlier before coming here. And especially you have to focus on the projects that you have started in our BTech programs and the subjects that you have studied here. These are important. And you might have to change your biodata, might have to change your resume and curriculum vitae based on the requirement of the companies, of the various companies. Because company to company, you might have to little bit do a modulation, do a little bit modification of your resume. That might be important. Don't make an stagnant biodata in the first semester of your course and keep it like this. And whenever we ask you, keep on forwarding that biodata. You have to make a proper biodata, which is presentable, which is very precise, short and sweet, and it is having a good look, and along with all the information, and it speaks about yourself in detail, your past, present, your communication skill, your leadership skill. Now, somebody was asking how to develop leadership skills. I have seen Mr. Pokhriyal's session also, our Dekasar's session also, that somebody was asking how to develop communication skill, how to develop leadership skills. Now, I would like to communicate to you today itself that reading habit, and it is not soft copy reading, it is not Facebook reading, it has to be hard copy, newspaper reading, good autobiography reading, good biography reading. So that kind of books you have to read. Somebody reads a novel, it may not be enough. Because whenever you read a biography or an autobiography, whenever you read a good newspaper like Hindustan Times, The Hindu, a good national newspaper, which has an international outlook, a global outlook. So those kind of newspapers you have to regularly read. After 3 months, you will come to know what the knowledge, your domain knowledge, especially your overall knowledge about the whole country, and your viewpoints about everything in this country, about the globe, your business knowledge, economic knowledge, political science knowledge, everything will increase. And that will help you to participate in group discussion. Because in the recruitment process, there is an aptitude test, there's a written test, which is the aptitude test, where your logical, your English communication, your GK, your technical knowledge, your soft skill, your psychometric test, all these things are tested in an aptitude test. Whether it is any other competitive exam for getting into an MBA or any other courses, the same thing happens. For getting into a job also, this is important. It will be numerical, quantitative, data interpretation, English, general knowledge, logical, psychometric questions. So these questions will be there. Now you have to keep on, from first semester itself, you have to keep on practicing the aptitude test. Everybody knows there is a book available in our country called R.S. Agarwal, Aptitude. If you buy that book, practice in the hostel from first semester, you are ready for the aptitude. So the aptitude part is over. Meanwhile, please develop a resume, a biodata, which you have to keep on constantly updating along once you progress through the various semesters till the 6th semester, till the end of the semester, or once you pass out. Biodata is something, or a curriculum vitae or a resume is something which you have to completely constantly keep on updating in every semesters. Don't make it a stagnant document or a stagnant paper. You have to keep on updating with good information, new information. Now, people might be thinking how to develop leadership skills, how to develop communication skills, but the main thing is this: first start, number one, first start with newspaper reading, number one. Number two, use our English language lab. We have an English language lab at our School of Engineering, Dean's Building, in the first floor, above the TNPCL office, which students are supposed to use. English language lab. You can record your voice. You can hear others expert from the English world. You can hear their voice. You can get a lot of tests done in the English language lab. So there are a lot of practices can happen in the English language lab. So that is another way, another tool of developing your English language, your written communication skills. Then the other part is that Sir has also told, I am also telling you that team spirit, teamwork, it is one of the most important things, which helps you in developing your personality, which helps you in developing your leadership skills. You should participate to the extent possible of time management in all the programs of Tejpur University, School of Engineering, as well as university other activities. To the extent possible, you try to participate. Whether you are a prefect in the hostel, whether you are participating in all the activities that takes place in the hostel, whether you participate in the departmental activities, TNP activities, overall university activities, that is one of the most important things and the easiest way to do human interaction, mingling with others, tackling human beings, talking to others, how to interact with others, and how to reply to questions. So perhaps you never realize that teamwork is one of the best way to develop your personality. Reading habit, doing English communication language lab, reading good novels, reading good hard copy newspapers, then involving yourself in various activities of the university in terms of your department, in terms of university, in terms of hostel, in terms of TNP cell. Once you join this teamwork, any activities of any department or any cell or the university, slowly you get yourself groomed. Without realizing that you are getting groomed, you get groomed. So that is one of the important things. And perhaps that is one of the reasons that some students who comes from the school level, from class 10 or class 12 level, they develop their complete personality because they have done a lot of activities in the schools. Their participation is important. Winning is a secondary thing. Gaining is getting some benefit out of it is a secondary thing, but participation is important. Once you participate in team jobs, in teamworks, you develop self-confidence. You develop human interaction. One of the very bright example itself is our current Prime Minister. He can speak on any topic for any number of hours. Why? So you might be wondering, he has not gone to Stanford, not to Harvard, or not to any other university, big universities where English is taught. But how does he tackle human being? How does he tackle? Because his main strong point is interacting with others. And my dear friends, verbal interaction will not do. It has to be face-to-face interaction. To the extent possible, face-to-face interaction only helps you to develop your personality. Verbal interaction, we have thousands of Facebook friends, we have thousands of LinkedIn friends, but when you are at a problem, please call one of your Facebook and LinkedIn friends and tell me that whether he's ever ready to help you at the end of the midnight, or in the midnight when you are burning midnight oil, you are reading something, you are at a problem. You call one of your Facebook friends, please. Then test and see whether real friends whom you meet verbally, whom you meet face to face, are they more important, or your virtual friends in LinkedIn, Facebook is more important. I'm not saying that I am not against social networking site, but I'm telling the difference. Human interaction, mingling with others, reading, developing a lot of reading habits, and developing technical knowledge, participating in many things, that will give you a good attitude towards others, good attitude towards your work, that will develop your self-confidence. So those are the important points I wanted to highlight. That is why, please think over it. These are food for thoughts for you. If you have already developed at your school level, it's well and good. If you are still to develop, please kindly start from day 1 or day 0 once you have joined this university. One of the most important thing across these 4 years is the internship is one of the most important component of the 4 years course. Internship in terms of summer training, in terms of classroom training, which is taken by the training and placement cell or your departmental levels. A lot of training happens in our university. A lot of our students do take certification from Coursera. I can tell one example without naming the student. Recently, one of our students from MBBT has got more than 98% in Python, doing a course from Hopkinson University, free of cost, through Coursera, I think more probably. Coursera is one of the largest online platform for doing certification across the globe. Sometimes it is paid, sometimes it is unpaid. There are a lot of other websites also which give you certification, give you good amount of knowledge, wherein you can test your knowledge, you can appear for those trainings, you can appear for those online exams and get certified. So once you are certified, that adds value to your CV. These are other than the IICT curriculum you are expected to do to get an upper hand, to get an edge over others, to get selected in the campus or getting selected by other companies. Now, other than your IICT courses, you have to also develop this kind of certifications. Now, don't think that certification is limited to only computer science, electrical or electronics, or only programming. The Coursera, Coursera online platform is having courses or certification from any points, any topics, any fields in the world. You have to only explore. You have to explore your Google Professor Google. In Google, everything is available, and take some guidance from your seniors who have already done it. Because other than our classroom classes, what is happening in the university, I come across many students, minimum 200 batch, in 200 plus batch, who do lot cost, or sometimes with some amount of payment, or sometimes some amount of project they handle, they do the project successfully, then they are given the free course. So the seniors are already there to guide you. They can tell you better things in this particular point. But if you are not doing any online certification course, please do some please do some internship or some summer training projects in corporate houses. Corporate houses means you should focus in those corporate houses other than the public sector units who give jobs in the bulk rate, in mass rate, in bulk rate, to the bulk recruiters. Our focus should be always bulk recruiters, because bulk recruiters are the organization, are the corporate companies which take most of the students from our campus or most of the students from our batches. Now, one input from you already, Deka sir has told you that this COVID-19 pandemic period, companies are nowadays recruiting online. They are recruiting online. People are using online platform. Even the interview is happening online. That means from your mobile, from your laptop, wherever you are present, you can appear for the online test, you can appear for the interview, you can appear for the group discussion. For an example, I can tell you during the last week, Capgemini 2021 batch recruitment was happening. For the last 1 month, the process was going on. And finally, the interview was also happening through that particular online platform. It is known as Superset, the platform name. This is just an example I am giving you. So you have to be adaptable to this virtual world also, other than your real world. Online platform. There is a lot to learn from Google, lot to learn, provided you enter into the positive things. I would like to give you another input that there are sometimes certain inquiries regarding certain specific requirements from a particular industry, from a particular company. I'll tell you, we have a company in Pune related to electrical and mechanical as well as civil. They were asking me last month, do your students know this particular tool? It was a simple tool. It was an AutoCAD tool. They were asking regarding mechanical, electrical, and civil. Do they know AutoCAD? Is it a part of the AICT curriculum? Then I had to give a clarification to them. So, other than your AICT curriculum, IRCT courses, you should also focus on lot of tools or industry-oriented tools or in the demand, tools which are in demand, industry or tools which increase your employability factor. Those kind of tools or softwares you should focus and try to learn. And that must be related to your department or related to your specific branch. It is one of the most important requirement to get a job very fast or to get selected in the off-campus as well as in-campus also. So that is why I have written, you need to learn tools and develop skills specific to your department. Now, someone might be thinking that only do skills can help us in getting a job. No. Other than skill, you should have at least a minimum CGPA. Your percentage should be minimum 6.5 or 7.5. Different companies have different criteria. Different companies, sometimes they look for 6.5, sometimes the minimum is 6, sometimes it is 7.5, sometimes it is even 8 also. Sometimes even it is 8. Now, Oil India Limited, we send 21, suppose we are sending 20 students from our end, 20 students name. Finally, only 2 will be recruited, 1 will be recruited, or 3 will be recruited, maximum 3 or minimum 1 out of the 21. Sometimes it is CGPA plays a good role over it. It is one of the criteria for shortlisting, but no companies, no corporates, no public sectors will disclose their criteria of selecting or shortlisting people. It is very much a professional approach which is taken on their part by their human resource department. They may not tell you they may not disclose you why are you not shortlisted or why you are shortlisted. Certain companies, if you are having too much of certifications, they may not select you, they may not shortlist you. Oh, this guy is overqualified for us. So that is why I was telling you in the beginning that you need to keep on editing or modifying your biodata based on the profile of the company, the domain of the company, the requirement of the company, the status of the company, and the demand of the company in the global market and the domestic market. So as per the company, you might have to modulate your particular CV and particular skills and experience. Too many things. So that is one of the. Please do participate in trainings conducted by Training and Placement Cell. Because we are investing huge amount of money from the university point of view. Minimum 1 lakh up to 5 lakhs we are spending per annum for a particular batch in training by Training and Placement Cell. So, my dear students, this same training, if you individually take from outside, from other organizations, this will cost you a lot. That is why I would like to request you today itself, as and when we conduct soft skill training or technical training, you should always be ready, try to find some time and join this training. Currently, we are conducting a lot of training related to MATLAB and other software training we are conducting, which is catering to various departments. And these training are being conducted online, and these trainings are being conducted outside the duration of the normal class hours, that is 5:30. Either they are finished before 9 a.m. in the morning or at 5:30 in the evening, at night, from 5:30 to 7:30 or 7 to 9, 8 to 10. So this is the normal schedule of the next winter training, online training that will be held. We conduct summer trainings by Training and Placement Cell. We conduct winter training, which are mostly technical training, and we also conduct soft skill training. But many students might be thinking, or they have an approach, or even I had that approach also. Oh, I know I'm a good speaker in English, or I can speak English well. So should I learn? Should I attend soft skill training? No. My dear friends, these soft skill trainers or freelancer trainers, they're experts, they're professionals, they're experts in their fields. So we do call them, we take their assistance, we help them, we delegate to them, or we involve them to train our students to learn specific traits. Even though you are a good speaker, or suppose me or somebody is a good English speaker, but soft skill training is very much required. The techniques, to learn the approach, to know a lot of tips, how to face an interview. So these things are taught in a soft skill training. How to face GD. Now, I already told you, to face a GD, you should have a lot of knowledge about outside world, including technical engineering or non-engineering. So my request is that be an avid reader, be an avid reader, newspaper reader, and try to learn things, try to learn a lot of tools other than your professional courses in AICT. You have to learn a lot, takes certification. That is required. It is not a must, but it adds value to your biodata and CV, and which helps you to get a job very easily in the market. So next is that we also organize a lot of webinars, technical webinars and soft skill webinars, and we involve our alumni to interact in these webinars. Sometimes it is alumni, sometimes it is industry-oriented person. Today you had a very wonderful and a very enriching training, sort of a training or a talk from Mr. Pokhriyal of IOC, I think. As I could not attend the whole, but it was very fruitful, I think. And moreover, we also call experts from industry to deliver talks. Sometimes to guide our students, to motivate them, to inspire them. So there are a lot of, these are only few of the points what training and placement cell does. There are a lot of other activities where TNP cell is involved with the positive attitude of students, with the positive involvement of students, the faculty placement coordinator, the HODs, the professor in charge, the top management, the Tezpur University administration. We keep on conducting these. These are very, very important. And remember, these trainings are always market-oriented, job-oriented, industry-oriented, taught by expert freelancers who are working in live projects in industry. So from that point of view, we invest a lot of money in this. So, and moreover, we have a lot of Google groups. Once this 2024 batch is inside the campus physically, probably in the next year, hopefully, then we will make some Google groups batch-wise. In that Google group, all the student community of that particular batch or the student fraternity email ID will be added. So student placement coordinator is one of the most important things. I would like to give you another input. Most of our placement coordinator, student placement coordinator, which is selected in whatever manner by HOD, by me, or by the students. I have seen my experience in Tezpur University that most of them get recruited in good companies. You know the reason? The reason is that they keep on interacting with companies. They talk to me, they talk to companies, they send document to companies, they learn a lot of things. So we slowly groom them. Since they are already groomed, there is a better chance of job. But everybody cannot be made a student placement coordinator. So it's a voluntary thing. Sometimes you are elected, sometimes selected, sometimes it's a voluntary thing, sometimes it is forwarded by the HOD, sometimes it is recruited by me, but we do only take people in our team who will be really useful to us, who are really selfless human beings. We want to take only selfless human beings because placement involvement has to be selfless and professional. Otherwise, that person cannot work for the whole class. It is a dissemination of knowledge. It's working with a big team of classmates. It is communicating to the right information at the right time to all your classmates. When you are in the campus physically, please do make a WhatsApp group in your class. Electrical 2024 batch, mechanical 2024 batch. Make a Google group. Make a WhatsApp group and start the communication. And once we make TNP Cell makes a Google group for all the batch-wise, all the departments, all the streams or all the branches, then you will get a lot of mails, a lot of activity mails from training and placement cell. So just to wind up, I think it's already time. Just to wind up, I would like to tell you that we have a training and placement website in our Tezpur University. Once you go to the homepage of Tezpur University, you will see training and placement cell. When you go there, you might see that there are two placement cell. One is engineering, other is non-engineering. I think engineering is more relevant for you. So once you click on engineering, you'll find all our placement reports, the companies that have been visiting our campuses for the last 4 years I'm here. So I know the companies which are visiting here. There are few core companies. There are a lot of IT companies. There are many students. I have seen questions here that some bulk recruiters, mass recruiters, they always welcome software developers, application developers, product developers from all branches. Even they recruit BSc also. Many companies are there. So a person who want to get into an IT sector, if there is anybody interested from other branches also, they can easily get into, provided they take their 3rd semester coding classes very seriously. Because we have a lot of coding inputs, coding courses in our curriculum during these 4 years, even for non-computer science, non-electrical and non-electronics branches. So they should focus on it. They can take some online classes and they can go ahead. So please do visit our training placement website. Wish you all the best. Good luck. Thank you very much. So if you have any questions, specific questions, you can meet me when you are in the campus, or you can ask me straightforward, so we can have 5 minutes time on that.
Thank you, sir. It was a very valuable session, and I must say that if students should take it seriously for their future endeavor. And if someone has any question, you may put your question on the chat box, or you can directly unmute tangible for our students. So, shall we wind up, sir?
Okay, we can wind up. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for
Thank you, everyone. We may go for lunch.
Thank you listening so patiently. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Thank you, the organizing committee, for giving me the opportunity to talk today. Thank you very much.
It is our pleasure, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, please.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. You can now log out.
Sir, can I leave?
Yeah, hi, Shiv.
Yeah, hello, sir. Uh, yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Welcome,
Good
sir.
afternoon. Thank you, Bhopal.
Yes.
So,
Good afternoon, Palash.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Nice to catch up with all of you.
Yes,
Yes, sir. Thank you.
so, sir, I'll just introduce you to our team. Dr. Polash Datta, he's from Mechanical Engineering
Okay.
Department. Dr. Bhupali Kashyap is our Cultural Officer.
Okay.
Dr. Somnath from Mathematics. And Aarti, Sweetie, Pooja, and Pinky are our research scholars.
Okay.
They're helping us in our group
Okay.
to run this induction program smoothly. And so, sir, you can share your presentation through there's a present now button.
Yeah, there's a present now button here.
Yeah.
The entire screen window. Now I've.
Yeah, you just select a window which is already opened, I believe, in your PC.
Okay, share application.
Is it showing there your PDF?
Not as yet.
Have you opened your PDF?
I have opened my PDF.
Okay, okay. Is it showing there your PDF?
It is not.
A window?
One second. It is only showing me your screen.
Okay. At present now, you can share your entire screen, I think, and then you can switch on to your presentation afterwards.
Okay. Share your entire screen. But it's not highlight. Okay. Right now I'm seeing your screen. Okay.
Okay. So we can see your screen, and now you can open your PDF.
You are presenting to someone, and
yeah.
Okay, one sec. Can you see my screen?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So, sir, I'll just share this link with our team, networking team, so that
I'm just waiting to 1 more minute probably. By then, all 100 students will be with us.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is post-lunch session, is it?
Yes, sir.
Is it post-lunch session?
Yes.
It's understandable.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Welcome to all of you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
I think we are good to go now, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we
Yes.
can start.
So, good afternoon, everyone. And I,
Good
on
afternoon,
behalf
ma'am.
of this induction organizing committee, warmly welcome you all to a very special lecture today. And we are more than privileged to have amidst us today Professor Ravi Punekar from Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati. And I will like to introduce Sir Ravi Mukasi Punekar is a senior professor at the Department of Design, IIT Guwahati. His areas of design research include design for sustainability, craft design and communities, human-centered design and user experiences, design and e-learning. He has undertaken design consulting projects for leading Indian companies and government agencies, including Ministry of Human Resource Development, Defense and the Khadi and Village Industries Commission. He is presently involved in creating digital learning environment for design in India, a national mission project for the Government of India involving development of e-learning content in design for distance learning. As partner Institute of Learning Network on Sustainability International, he and his colleagues set up the Lens Lab at the Department of Design. He has been a member of academic board on upcoming design schools in India and was invited as jury member for the CII NID Design Excellence Award, instituted by the Confederation of Indian Industry, National Institute of Design, Lexus Design Awards 2019, and the Intel Innovation Conclave Award 2014. His other interests include Indian classical music and sports. And today, Sir will deliver a lecture about this emerging field of design and the role of design in our society. So I request Sir to take over the session and deliver his lecture. Sir, please.
Thank you, Ms. Bhupal. Your name is based on one of the Hindustani ragas, so it's very easy to remember you. Yes. So should I start? Start my presentation?
Yes, sir. Please,
Okay.
sir.
Firstly, I would like to thank all my colleagues at Tezpur University, and it's been a pleasure to be invited on the induction day of a new program with 260 bright minds who are all very soon going to be part of the Tezpur University family, doing various programs in the engineering stream. And I welcome all of you. And firstly, let me congratulate you in your successful endeavor in joining an engineering program at Tezpur University. It's a very interesting time when you're joining the engineering curriculum at Tezpur University because the wide experience that they have over these years leads to new opportunities in the northeastern region of training human resource in a very prospectively bright opportunity area for young people like you who would like to become engineers and pursue your careers, higher studies, as well as maybe doctoral studies. Maybe some of you want to join industry. And there are a number of opportunities for the young today. And within this, you will find that if you look at the kind of developments that are happening in India at this juncture, there's tremendous amount of focus on entrepreneurship, on startups. Gone are the days where young people like you would depend only at government organizations and government departments for jobs. One would also equally pursue today your own dreams, where you can pursue, even plan to start up your own companies and prove quite successful. I'm telling you this out of experience, having joined IIT Guwahati's for the last 20 years. When we set up the Department of Design, it was a new department. And today what I'm going to do is going to focus my talk, which is going to be for about 40 minutes, and then we'll open it for question and answer sessions, where I'm going to focus on this very pleasant initiative that Tezpur University has taken in now starting the design program at Tezpur University. They're going to start this in the coming academic year, and they already have plans in place. And you'll have colleagues from the engineering streams partnering with some of the faculty who will be recruited for the design program to start this program for the undergraduate BTech degree in design, if I'm not mistaken. So in the engineering stream, what is so unique about design as a profession? What do we understand by design? And specifically there are terms such as product design, which one uses, or industrial design as it is globally known. So what is this area of industrial design? How is it important in today's times? How is it different from how is it similar and different from engineering design? So what do we understand by industrial design or product design? And is it a shade different from hardcore engineering design? So my talk is going to focus on these aspects, because in a global marketplace, when we have so much of stiff competition with multinationals operating in India today, if you go to the marketplace, you go to Reliance Digital, you just enter that multi-brand shop, you just come to know how many products there are, right? From household goods, electronic goods, entertainment goods. It's a whole world of products that we are surrounded with. Look at your own individual homes. The kind, right from the car that you may use, to the washing machine that you may use, or to the mixie that your mother might be using in the kitchen, to your television sets, to your musical instruments, to electronic musical instruments, so on and so forth. So everywhere today's world, we cannot but be surrounded by various kinds of goods that we use as extensions of ourselves to make our life more comfortable, more safe, more convenient, more enjoyable. So these are things which become interesting to understand, that if these are the products that we use every day, then who is behind in the manufacturing unit, who is designing these things? So that is where we get answers, that there are people actually who are designing these products. It's not that only manufacturing is manufacturing it. That is one part of the story. But somebody is really putting pen to paper to even conceive of these ideas, to imagine these new ideas. Today you have Apple phones, you have Apple watches. It's such a sophisticated piece of product, but then it's the most desirable thing to have. So who are the people behind this who are designing this? So this is one stream of product design that I'm going to be introducing. And my presentation is going to basically be an introduction to the field of industrial design, to the field of product design, right? So I start my presentation here. I hope all of you can see the screen, and I will run you through this. And it is in the context of this industrial design program, which you're going to have very soon at Tezpur University. And over the duration of 4 years, with collaboration with the computer science department, with the electronics department, with the mechanical engineering department, and the design department, you will find that there's a lot of overlapping areas that when you collaborate and work together, you will see such wonderful things happening, because you need as much of technology on one side as also aspects which are beyond technology that we are taught in the engineering program. So what are these other aspects which contribute to design of products? That is what I'm going to primarily cover in this introduction, and give you an idea of what are these similarities and differences between engineering design as compared to product design or industrial design, as we refer to it. Okay. So are you all with me? You can please interrupt me anytime you want, because I'm open to the idea of making this presentation interactive. Okay. So feel free to interrupt me anytime you want. So I'm starting my presentation here. So like I said, when we talk of design, design seems to mean different things to different people. You know, for a enthusiast who is a nature lover, he's also looking at nature and the beauty in nature. You know, for product designers, it is products. For machine designers, it is machines. You know, design of machines. For a fashion designer, it's clothes. For jewelry, somebody is designing jewelry. So all of them seem to have a word attached to it called design. Somebody is designing these. Somebody is designing the computer, the jewelry, the clothes that you wear, the machines that you use. Okay, so that is how when you use the word design, it can mean different things to different people. But we are specifically focused to the field of design in the context of the areas that we specialize in, you know, which is a little different from engineering design. So the world of design here in the context that we use has two broad streams. One is the domain of two-dimensional design, you know, graphic design, newspaper design, animation and film design, information design, identity design. All these are also areas of design, and it comes under the area of visual communication design. Okay, so this is one domain of design. The second thing that we now are dealing with, all of you are also constantly on the internet, you'll find that there are various websites that you visit. You know, imagine that you're navigating through this website called Amazon.in. Okay, and you're making a purchase. So as a consumer, this website is allowing you to buy things sitting at home. So somebody has designed this website which makes it possible for end users like you and me to actually use that as a shopping window at your home in front of your screen where you can make purchases. But try to question, hey, who made this design for the website? Why is it so easy and nice to use? So somebody has very thoughtfully thought of what goes into a good web design. So the areas of interaction design or instruction design, human-computer interaction, all these are very, very strong areas where designers are contributing today. And it has opened up absolutely new career opportunities for people, for young people like you, who can find jobs in this domain, you know, and Intel or Microsoft, you know, any of these companies, Google, you find a lot of them hire designers who work in these new media and multimedia areas. So great opportunities, really stunning opportunities for careers in that stream of design too. Okay. And then we come to the area of three-dimensional design, as we call it. Three-dimensional design, you know, the chair that you sit on, the car that you drive, you know, maybe the belt that you're wearing, the leather bag that your girlfriend may be using. somebody is designing those things, right? So who are these people? What goes into designing these things? That is one more very important stream of three-dimensional design, where all these domains come under the three-dimensional design area. Okay, and it is one more area where industries hire a lot of designers to look at styling of cars. A good piece of furniture design or interior design, ceramic ware that you may be using, all the plates and the cutlery that you may be using. Somebody is designing those things. So there are opportunities there. Then, of course, you have the whole world of computer-aided design, which you will anyway be taught also in any of the engineering streams. So even there you find there's a lot of human-computer interaction, that digital technology platforms, all the software that you use, whether it is Photoshop or 3D rendering tools or any of these things, they are very, very powerful tools to enable us. It's an enabling tool for us to design products, furniture, ceramic ware, even an automobile. So you find that it has a lot of role, not only in conceiving of these ideas, but also analyzing the technicalities of these proposals that we make for design. Okay, so we cannot escape the role of technology in creating any of these new products. Okay, so this is where these 4 years will be a golden period when you will be introduced to these aspects of technology, and you will be empowered to contribute in designing of these things, right? So broadly, communication design stream, where animation, brand identity, information design, these are the things that covers communication design stream. For example, in India, if you really see, there are 40 languages that we have. Imagine, this is in Assamese, this is in Tamil, this is in Devanagari, this is in English. These are somebody's designing these alphabets. Font design or typography is a very this in Telugu, this in Urdu. So imagine who is designing these things. For example, in our design department, if you have seen the rupee symbol, my colleague, Dr. Uday Kumar, he was the person who designed the rupee symbol. So it's a very graphic design exercise, where today on your notes, on your typewriters, on your letterheads, everywhere you have to use the rupee symbol. So imagine if you know who has designed it. It is wonderful that we have them right around us. How did they? The second stream in communication design is exhibition design. So one could be designing exhibition. If you go to a fair, somebody is designing that. Okay. So this is all the area of communication design. Identity design, logos, symbols. This is Hindustan Lever, Mother Dairy, Indian Airlines, Indian Telephone Industries, Doordarshan, this logo. These are all identity design. State Bank of India is very famous. Okay, so somebody has designed these things. So in the domain of communication design, this is what is covered. So you will find that a lot of Indian companies, leading companies today, they all engage designers. So there's very good prospects for employment in companies where you get great job opportunities there. Now let me come to the area of industrial design or product design. So you will find it could be consumer products, it could be furniture systems. Godrej is office furniture. There's a design team in Godrej Furnitures who is actually designing these things. If you look at HMT lathe, which you will be very soon working on in the workshops in your university, in the mechanical department, somebody has designed those lathe machines. So what goes into designing that? Electronic products, televisions, telephones, mobile phones, you name it, and there's a lot of design work that's happening there. Plastic products, all the bathroom mugs and buckets and toothbrushes and toothpaste, all those things, somebody is designing that. Cars, somebody is designing. Package design is one more area. So a lot of these areas come under the domain of industrial design. Okay, it is referred to as industrial design. I'm just showing you some examples of a number of products that Indian designers have designed for Indian companies. And this is a fairly dated slide. A lot of new products have come, but these are in the domain of consumer products. Similarly, in household goods, whether it's a innovation in the gas stove, or whether it's a mixer grinder or a tea making machine or a blender, a lot of these things require design. So you will find that this domain of designing products in the way that you see in the slide is what is the contribution of the industrial designer. Is there technology involved in that? Yes. Is there engineering involved in that? Yes. But is there something more than engineering in that? Definitely. Because one of the focus of product design is that we have to look at it from the person who's going to use the product. What is his psychology? What are his likes and dislikes? How does he use the product at home? What are the safety aspects of that? So you find that engineering teaches you the structural aspects and the material aspects of what goes into designing that. All the stress and the strain and the mathematical calculations are very important. Any of these products demand that you have that understanding of engineering. Like say, for what is the plastic that you use? What strength should it have? What is the specification for that material? All this is coming from the engineering stream. But the shape and form of that, how do people use it? What do they want in the product? That goes into the domain of psychology of users, understanding of user behavior. These are things that the industrial design stream also covers, which makes it some other dimensions which are very important to understand when you're designing products for the marketplace. Okay, and this is what industrial design stream primarily focuses on. Okay, imagine this was the old lathe machine. Okay, this is with all these wires and cables and cooling systems and all that. And after it was designed, this is what. So this is before and this is after. Okay. Now, why did this come in here? Because in terms of the operator's viewing distance, it's very easy for him to see here rather than when he's operating here to look over there for the controls and things like that. So you will find that so much of cleanup of that machine has been done between what it was to what it can be. So this is the contribution that the designer makes. Okay. Even in hardcore machine tool design, even there, machine tools also has a lot of scope for industrial design inputs. So you will find that across the spectrum of products, you have some which are very user-driven products, some which are technology-driven products. Hard disk in a computer is also a product, but it is not in direct touch with end users. So the technology component is very heavy in this, but not so much of the psychological aspects in this. While if it's an office chair or a wristwatch, people are directly using it. So the factors that go into this design is very different from the factors that go into design of a supercomputer or a hard disk. Yes? Can I continue?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm just very quickly going to show you some examples of furniture design. Stacking to save space becomes important. Interior design, outdoor seating in a park, outdoor seating for that. So these are examples of outdoor furniture that was designed. Design of automobiles is a very big opportunity area where a lot of people are contributing. So that's one more. Some of you are very, very passionate about design of cars, styling of cars and all that. Even this is the interiors of a locomotive engine driver's cabin control. How do you design that? It's about that. So a lot of possibilities there. A few projects that you must be very familiar with. The rupee symbol, like I was telling you, was designed by Dr. Uday Kumar, who is with me in the Department of Design here. IIT Hyderabad symbol was also designed by him. It's just a view of our students at the Department of Design. This is something that you must be very familiar with. Dibbahan, the cycle rickshaw. I'm sure it is there in Tezpur also. This was designed by my colleague, Dr. Amrinder Das from Guwahati. He is also my faculty colleague here. He's designed this cycle rickshaw. And people today prefer this to the old style cycle rickshaw because it has so much convenience of keeping your luggage. It's easy to get in, it's easy to get out. There's also a particular shade for the cycle rickshaw driver who's driving in the hot sun. So you should also think of the driver of that cycle rickshaw, because he's also a human being. He should also have some shade and comfort. So who should conceive of this cycle rickshaw? That's what goes into good design. We did some things because we're in the Northeast. Bamboo is so extensively used here. So we worked on a project where we said, let's design furniture for rural schools and health centers. So this was a range of furniture that we did for rural schools here. We gave it to one of the local schools to say, please use it and let children see what they. So this was a teacher's table, storage space. This was a desk and table for the children. So craft design is also very important because in the Northeast, we are blessed to have such diversity of handicrafts, which are so rich in the Northeast. So you must also look at that area and what you can do as designers. So even in the area of crafts, you can contribute through design. This was my colleague Avinash Shinde who did some excellent work. This chair is being sold in Europe today. His design was selected by one of the European companies and they bought this, the design rights from him, and they're manufacturing it in Europe now. Okay. This was a lampshade that was done, inspired from a cow. So he was very innovative in his. So you find that when it comes to design, there's a lot of creativity, a lot of innovation that is to be focused upon. And that's why it becomes fun when you're designing furniture such as these. These are other things. There's a set of stools which stack one into the other. And when you want 3 stools, you just pull them one out, one from the other, and separate them. Lampshades in bamboo for craftsmen, furniture in bamboo. These are some consumer products that were designed. Can you imagine that the whole interiors of a shop display system was done using corrugated board, brown paper corrugated board where you get boxes at home. With that material, they actually whole display system for one of the leading boutiques in Ahmedabad. The same designer, Dinesh Kurjan, designed chairs using corrugated board. And these are very well received in Europe, very sturdy and they were in different colors. So you can do very innovative things with materials. So finally, what is design all about? How is this design that we are talking about slightly, it goes beyond engineering design. So you'll find it's a marriage of the art and the psychology understanding of people with the science and technology of materials, the construction, the machines that you have to use. You have to understand all that and understand the psychology behind that, the artistry behind that. And when you have a marriage of these two, then you're really talking of product design the way we look at it. Okay. So engineering design, when you're doing that, it considers the technical aspects with a bias on product functioning. While here, industrial design requirement looks at user, market, manufacturing of the product with a bias on satisfaction of the user. So that is the basic difference in the approach that industrial design focuses on as compared to engineering design. Okay, so this is, I'm mentioning will be learning very soon with your faculty there at Tezpur University. So this is a definition of industrial design. Don't worry about this right now. They'll teach you all this. But as if you people are interested in design, then what will you be learning? So one is, it's also about communication skills. You need to communicate an idea. Okay. So drawing, model making, all these things become very important. Perception, visual perception, computer applications. There's a lot of theory and science behind color and color theory and all become important. Human factors, understanding human beings, what they're capable of. Design teaches you that. Okay. And then you have the whole stream of engineering, materials, processes, structures, and then aspects of management, marketing, and all these. So it's a very practice-based, like a doctor. A good doctor is one who knows how to treat patients. Similarly, a good designer should know how to design products. Okay, so it's a very project-based learning approach. So we are learning by doing things. It's not just lectures and practicals that we do in the lab, but we also make things ourselves. We are encouraged to make and break things. That's when it becomes interesting. Okay, because in the process of doing that, you're learning a lot of things. And that's what this program encourages you to do. Okay, so when you look at a product, what are the key things that the designer contributes in? Two very important dimensions. One is human factors or ergonomics, and second is aesthetics of products. So aesthetics is good form, beauty in products, easy to use, pleasure to use. You know, these are aspects which give satisfaction to the user who's using those products. So understanding those aspects is one of the focus of the program, and that it is finally going to be people who are using these products to understanding what they're capable of, they should be doing is what becomes interesting. Okay, so these are the two key contributions that industrial design program focuses on in addition to technology inputs. So ergonomic needs, what are these? How important is it to use? Ease of maintenance, you know, you're looking at it from the maintenance fellow also. You know, is he able to disassemble easily? You know, is it safe to disassemble? You know, what is the user interaction with the user? Is it safe for the user? So aspects of safety, they're all around human considerations, which is the strength of the design learning, you know, design program. Aesthetics, you know, if there are competitive products in the marketplace, how is your product different from the other competition products? So it is only through visual differentiation. It is only through form, through color schemes, through looking at what are the latest trends in the marketplace and how your product should compete with them. So understanding these aspects of product aesthetics is one of the key things that you are also taught. And along with this is the manufacturing aspects. You know, if it's not just good shape and good form, but is it easy to manufacture it? Is it convenient to manufacture it? Is the cost right? So these are things that become very important to understand. So 5 aspects that any good design, when you really go to buy a product, is it useful? Yes. Yes.
Sir, what is the difference between mechanical engineering and industrial design?
Yeah, I will answer your question. I'll just take this last slide and then I'll answer your question. Okay. So the answer is in this last slide. Okay. When you're designing a product, mechanical engineers would go in for material studies, the strength of materials, you know, testing of those things, the manufacturability of that, whether it can be made on the machines which are there in the workshop, what is the cost at which it can be done. So the mechanical engineer is a specialist in being able to understand these aspects of product design, which really enables good manufacturability of the product. Okay, so he's taught this thing of product evaluation, product testing, materials and processes, structural analysis, FEM analysis, all the universal testing machine that you have in the workshop. These are things which really help you to evaluate the function of the product. Okay, so that is what a mechanical engineer is specialized in. He's a very important contributor to the manufacturing of products. But is that enough for it to succeed in the marketplace? So you find that when I go to the market and buy, let's say a bicycle, okay, now there are 5 manufacturers of my bicycle, but what are those other features which you as a buyer or a user wants to look at? You'll say, okay, this has better features. The look of the bicycle is better. The color scheme is better. The seat is more comfortable. Maybe the cost is more reasonable. And the spares are easily available. So you find that as a user, it is not just that only the function is important. If that was the only thing, then you would have bought the most simplest bicycle, because a pedal and a seat is good enough for you. And it functions as a bicycle. But no, as a user, your aspirations are more than just function. You want the appearance to be right. The function should definitely be the bare minimum that it has to meet. But then beyond that, as a user, your expectations that appearance of the product should also be good. It should be easy to maintain. It should be low in cost. It should be able to make me feel proud that I own this product. Okay, so these are things which are built into the product, but by the designer who looks at what are these aspirations of the user, which is beyond function. Okay, so a good engineering designer would look at the functionality of the thing, but the good product designer would look at the function with the engineering designer, but also look at whether it is safe for the user, whether it is for the right size for the height of the user. So the user becomes important. While for the engineering designer, the function becomes important. For the product designer or the industrial designer, the user, the end user becomes important. For example, if I have to design a washing machine, if I have to design a mixie for the kitchen, I want to know how the housewife or my wife or my grandmother uses the mixie in the kitchen. So maybe you don't want to keep it very heavy that she can't lift it. Okay. Maybe she wants a jar for dry chutney. So should there be a smaller jar, or just one jar will be enough? So functionally, the big jar is also okay. But as a designer, you say, hey, she's going to be grinding small chutney powder also in that. Maybe there should be a smaller jar. It's a bigger jar. Maybe the look and feel of that thing should be stable and sturdy. It should be safe for the user. That thing when you're grinding should not fly all over the kitchen. Okay, so these are things which the product designer or the industrial designer looks at, because he's looking at the housewife and the use of the product in the kitchen as the motivation for him to conceive of the design. While the mechanical engineer would look at the capacity of the motor, the assembly of the parts, the optimal function of the grinding blade, the design of the blade, that it should cut all the things. So these are things which make it functional. Okay, but then beyond that, he's not looking at the housewife and her aspects of safety and things like that. Okay, and this is where the industrial designer contributes. So when you look at industrial design and engineering design, any good design in the marketplace is a contribution of the mechanical engineer, the electronic engineer, the product designer. Okay, they together contribute their own areas of specialization. The electrical engineer will contribute to the specification of the motor of the design of the motor for the mixie, while the mechanical engineering designer may look at the blades for the cutting and the chopping. Okay, what should be the strength of the steel that you use in that? What should be the shape of the cutting blade? How good is it to for grinding masala in a mixie? While the product designer will look at the overall product, the safety of the product, the use of the product, and give it shape and form. So form giving is one of the main contributions of the product designer. I hope I've been able to answer your question. And thank you for asking me that question.
Yes, sir. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah. Okay.
Sir, one more question.
Yes.
So, what software do industrial designer use?
Well, there are a lot of softwares, but it is more software is only a tool. You can Pro is there. A lot of softwares are there. Don't worry, you'll come to know that in the future. I'm not giving you a straight answer because we have a feeling that the software will take care of the designing thing. No, the software is only a tool that you will have to use to come up with your ideas to design. Okay, so you're important as a designer. What are your ideas? That is more important, So any of these, when you're thinking of utility or appearance or ease of maintenance or low cost, it is your thinking, your way of thinking, which is going to come up with good design. And to translate that, maybe you'll use a software to give it a shape and form of the size and shape. Okay, so softwares are only a tool, but design thinking is more your thinking. You have to think in these terms for you to design good products. Okay, let's look at some examples. This graph really tells you that in any industry today, I'm looking at expenditure on industrial design in terms of thousands of US dollars. Okay, so this is $100, $1,000, $10,000, $100,000. Okay, if this is the investment on just industrial design or product design aspect, as a percentage of in a product development. See, when you're developing a new product, a lot of investment is there. A lot of money has to be invested in that. So as a percentage of that investment in industrial design, how much is industrial design contributing to this investment for the development of the? So for things like hand tools, desktop computers, handheld vacuum cleaners, handheld medical, you find that nearly 30% of the industrial design contribution is there for moderate amounts of this thing, but very sophisticated things. An automobile and even a jet aeroplane, the interiors of that, the seat that you're sitting in an aeroplane, somebody is designing that chair, right? So you're not designing the jet engine, but the interiors of the aeroplane is something that the industrial designer would definitely be contributing in. The display control for the pilot, where he has so many thousands of controls to fly that aeroplane, industrial design has a very strong role to play there. Okay, so you find that this is just a graph. It tells you that more percentage of this thing is there in this everyday use products, and as the cost keeps increasing, the industrial design component is, though it's small percentage, but it's very large for a jet plane in that sense. Okay, so don't worry about this. We'll come to know about that. So, like I said, you have two broad categories of products: technology-driven products and user-driven products. And this chart will just tell you, that what is the time for development of for developing a new let's look at, if there's a good screwdriver set that you have to design, what is the size of your design team, development team? 3 people are good enough. But if it is a interiors of a plane, nearly 10,000 designers of various specialization, a textile designer, a chair designer, color consultant, so many people are involved. Safety standards have to be met and things like that. So this tells you that as the complexity of product increases, the number of people working on that design development is as big as 800 people. Imagine the nano car we are familiar with. The number of people who would have been involved in development of the nano. It was developed in India, right? So industrial designer is just one part of that. The chair designer would be somebody else. The engine designer, the technical designer, the lighting designer, everybody, right? One reflector for the headlamp is also to be designed. So each of these areas of specialization and all of them together contribute in the development of one automobile. So the team, you can imagine how big it is. And with specializations from all streams, engineering, industrial design, chair design, textile design, color schemes, any of these things contribute. Okay? So that's one thing. The time that any new product development cycle takes, even with 10,000 people employed for full development of that aeroplane, it takes about 5 years with 10,000 people working. For a screwdriver set, it could be 1 year development cycle with 3 people working on that. So it is a lot of time, a lot of thoughtfulness, a lot of engineering details to be worked out. So it's a complex process. It involves money. It involves complexity. Imagine for a HP printer that we may be using in our office, it takes about 1.5 years when 75 people are put to work in that, including engineers, including designers, and all of them. And all of them contribute. Within 1.5 years, they can develop that. And why is it so complex? Because there are nearly 200 parts to be thought of. They all have to be in perfect sync. Only then that thing will function. While a screwdriver set, it's a simple product, just 3 parts: a handle, the shank, and maybe the packaging of that. So it's a simple product. But even there's a lot that one can do in terms of engineering design and product design. Okay. So finally, when you're looking at industrial design or product design, there are 5 things that you really focus upon, which is slightly different from engineering design evaluation. Okay. One is quality of the user's interface with the product. How is the user using it? Is it safe for him? Is he liking it? Is he making mistakes when he's using it? So it's always user-centric. People are the most important thing when you're designing products for the designer. For the engineering designer, it is the function which is important. The materials, the design of the blades, the cutting angle of the blade surface, the testing of material and the failure. Those are the aspects that engineering design will focus on. So user interface is one aspect. The emotional appeal. Do people like buying this product? So there's a certain marketing angle to this. What do people like? Do they like the sound? Do they like the look? Do they like to just own it? When you're going to buy a watch or when you're going to buy a jewelry, what are you looking at? Does it look nice on you? Does it look pretty on you? So this nice and pretty and good looks are also important for the user. So it is not just a piece of jewelry, but it is an object to make you look beautiful, right? So somebody has to attend to that features of making it nice for the user to use. So it has a lot of focus on emotional appeal. Similarly, ability to maintain and repair the product. If a printer fails, are you able to easily repair it? Are the parts easily replaceable? For example, replacing the cartridge in your printer. Have you realized how easy it is to insert that cartridge? You cannot insert it in the wrong way at all because the design is such that it doesn't allow you to make that mistake of inserting it the wrong way. Okay, the instructions are so beautifully built in the design itself that even if you want to make a mistake, the design does not allow you to make that mistake. So that is what is so thoughtful about the way it has been designed. Somebody has designed that. Okay, so that is to ensure that the user will not make the mistake when he's inserting and replacing the cartridge in the printer. So you're looking at it from the user's point of view, not just function ki haan, ye cartridge ko remove karna hai to insert the next cartridge. It's not just function, but that understanding the user's mind, that he might make a mistake. How do I ensure that he will not make that mistake? That thinking goes in the act of designing that cartridge. Appropriate use of resources. Less is more. Within the most optimal cost, how can you give the best features? Is the tooling right? Is the assembly of parts right? Am I using just a sufficient number of parts in that? I hope it is not over-designed. How do I assess that? So appropriate use of resources, because resources means money, and you have to look at that. Product differentiation, again, a marketing this thing. I have a Philips, I have a Godrej, I have IFB, I have LG, I have Samsung, all competitive products. Okay, so as a company, if I'm a Samsung designer, I want to see what is it that I should be doing different from LG, because he's my competitor. So if you go to the market to buy that, why do you buy Samsung and not LG? So there's a certain choice. Functionally, both of them are doing the same thing. So there's a market differentiation through certain features. Who is building these features? So that becomes important to understand. There you are. I think I finished in the given time to me. So thank you. I hope you could pay attention to whatever I was trying to say in the small presentation. Just an introduction that this stream of design is now part of Tezpur University, and they're going to have a program in design. So there should be a strong collaboration between all the engineering streams with the design stream. And with that collaboration, I think Tezpur University would be doing exciting things in the near future, being the agent of change in the Northeast for introducing design into the university program in Tezpur University. So I'm open for questions. If there are any questions, do ask me.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, would you like to take the questions directly or in the comment box?
Whichever way, what is better? I can directly take it.
Okay, sir. Okay. So students can directly ask the questions.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah.
What are the softwares is based for web design, sir?
Why are you so hooked on software for web design? The Adobe software is something which would give you a whole package of things for design. Okay, from graphic design to web design to video editing. So just look up the Adobe website.
To involve some kind of creative insight from within. I mean, like, how do we know that are we really creative? Or I mean, it sounds very vague, but do you really need to be creative enough to get into design sector? I mean,
can I have your name?
Ananya, sir.
Yeah, Ananya, you asked a very important question on creativity and innovation in the design program. How important is it? There are two things. One is we should accept that all of us have a creative stream in us. Okay. And what has happened is sometimes because of school education, the way we are trained, sufficient scope is not given for this outcoming of the creativity within us. Okay. So one of the good things about the design program is it encourages you with a spirit of learning by doing. When you actually do things yourself, you already know that you are capable of creating these things. So there is creativity in all of us. There is a little thing of wanting to do things ourselves. So if you have that in you, you certainly will be suitable for a design program. The other things, if you are slightly inclined towards art, photography, drawing and painting, a little bit of music. So design is one stream where if you're slightly more lateral in your interests, you're also interested in music, you're also interested in sports, you're also interested in drawing, you're also interested in how things work. You find some of these guys, the minute you give them something, first thing they want to do is open up these things, get to know how is it working. So there's an inner urge to get to the bottom of things. So these are the kind of traits that tell us that this person has that creative urge. So these are things that one would look for. A slightly more lateral interest of being interested in every aspect of everyday life, including cooking, including politics, including sports, including music. If you're slightly open-minded, then that's very good for design, because you're willing to learn as many things. Because in the creative space, you do not know which is the source of inspiration that that might trigger creative solution giving. Okay. So that's one thing. Yeah, that's, if you have that kind of a motivation, I'm sure you're a very creative person. So I'm sure similarly other kids would also, if they have these qualities, then be open-minded, be open to learning, absorb as many things as you can, and be humble about this aspect.
So that was really motivational. Thank you.
Sir.
Yeah.
So what is your ideology in industrial design process?
My ideology in industrial design process. If I understand you right, what pushes me for industrial design, the human-centered focus on industrial design, that people matter, that what you do should be for the good of society, for the good of people, for a better place to live in. So that should be the motivation of any good designer, that he should contribute not because for his own growth, but for the well-beingness of society at large. If you have that outlook, then you will be a good designer. So that should be the ideology that one should focus on. It's a good, interesting question. It's quite philosophical, actually, what you're asking.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sir, can I ask something?
Yeah, please.
So right now you mentioned that what pushes you about industrial design is that designing is for the well-being of humankind, or something like that. Yes, sir?
Yes, yes.
So we can also see designing factors in the fields of military and arms race.
Yeah.
And so that can be quite destructive about for humankind too. So at what point designing stops being for the welfare of humankind and starts being destructive?
Please identify yourself. What's your name?
Sir, I am Tapas Talukdar.
Tapas, I am so glad you asked this question, because this is also answering the previous question of ideology. It is a position that the individual designer takes. Should I be designing graphics for a cigarette manufacturing company or a gutka manufacturing company? I would think twice. If it is proving to be cancerous for people and it's damaging this thing, and my graphic design is encouraging them because of the good graphics, that it attracts people to take more gutka or drink more heavily, or even arms. If the company comes and says, can you design a gun for me? But after that bomb lands, do we know what happens to the lives of those children? How many people get killed? How many amputations happen? So should we be designing arms at all? It's a very, very serious position that the designer has to consider, that his contribution, is it enabling well-beingness of society, or is it sort of damaging society? And if you're clear that this is something that I will not touch, then you will never do an arms design exercise as a project. Very, very serious and very important question. What is the role of the designer? When should he and when should he not? So it's a position that one has to take. Will that stop the arms race? I am not sure it will stop, because power structures being what they are, we don't have easy answers for that. But as an individual, will you contribute to that or will you not? I would not want to contribute to that. Okay. So it's a position that I take as a designer, that this is the area that I will work, this is the area that I will not work. So it's a very, very important question that you asked. And somebody has to think deep about roles and responsibilities of the designer, you know, and what he can do with conviction and what he would not like to do. That's my answer to you. But very important. I'm so glad people are asking such thoughtful questions.
Sir, can I
Thank
add
you.
something?
Yes.
Sir, this looks a bit controversial because same arms is used by army and police to save us also, to protect us from terrorists and all those.
Yes, it's debatable. It's a position that I, as a designer, would take. Whether are there other means to solve that problem? Why is, if you get to the bottom of that issue, why is that present in the first place? If you can address that and ensure that terrorism is not there, then do we need these arms? One can raise questions of that kind, you know. So can we get to the bottom of the problem, and rather than saying that cause and effect, because of this cause I'm going to do this, then maybe you're not solving the core issue at hand. That's my belief.
So, sir, what you want to say that before designing something that can be used in a negative way, we also have to consider its socio-political effects and aspects. That's what you want to say, sir.
Yes, of course. It is always there in the back of your mind. It's definitely there at the back of your mind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So I have a question.
Yes. Yeah.
So if while designing a product, for example, let's say a laptop keyboard or a mouse, if we have to make a choice between ergonomics and aesthetics, what should be our priority in that position?
One more very, very thoughtful question that you asked. Both ergonomics, human factors, as well as aesthetics are equally important, and you will find that the prioritization of this is not a black and white answer. It is in the context of the project that you're doing. Okay, like the mouse, you're working nearly 14 hours a day using the mouse. Okay, the carpal ergonomic problem that you have of the wrist getting strained because of the wrong keyboard design and the mouse design is a classic example in ergonomics, which has been researched very extensively because of the bad shape of the mouse that may have been designed. So they're constantly trying, can you marry both of them together in the same design? That is the ideal solution, maybe in different order of priority. So based on the nature of the project, you will decide that.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, I had a question.
Yeah.
Not a question actually. Hello, sir. Sir, could you elaborate a bit on design thinking?
Yeah. Amazing question. Again. Bhupali, I must congratulate you for organizing this meet, because my students also don't ask me such beautiful questions as these students are asking me.
Yes, sir. I agree, sir.
Design, see, all the things that I talked about, all these considerations, if you really sum up that in terms of your basic outlook to looking at any design assignment at hand, this rounded thinking and rounded considerations of aspects of safety, of appeal and attraction, of uh, of good function, of good ease of use for the user, of it being safe for the user, of it being cost economic. You know, all these are parameters which pull the design in different directions. Do you agree with me? And as a designer, you will always be at the center of these pulls in different directions. And this rounded thinking is what design thinking is all about. That I'm open to the idea of evaluating these different parameters concurrently and taking an optimal decision. So design thinking is a way of uh, building an attitude that whenever you have a design task at hand, you will always look at it in a rounded manner. You will look at it from all these perspectives and then come to a decision. So it's a lot of trade-offs. It is a lot of compromises to come to the most optimal solution. Is it the best solution? It's very contextual. Today, what is the best in 3 years' time might be an outdated solution. But in the present moment in time and context, this is the most optimal. How do I come to that? So this roundedness in terms of your outlook to inquiry is what design thinking is all about. You know, and it is a way of making it a habit that any problem that you get, any design, tomorrow you're going to be in electronics engineering or mechanical engineering and things like that. Never forget that finally the design is not just a function, but finally the farmer has to use that agriculture equipment. So look at it from the human point of view. If you take that into consideration, you'll be an excellent mechanical engineer. You'll be an excellent electronic engineer. You know, just as design thinking is a way of approaching problem solving. This roundedness of inquiry is what is design thinking all about. Okay, and this is something which the design stream encourages, and it is something which is now being recognized today. If you really go to the MHRD website, they say that design thinking is something that should be inculcated in all streams of engineering. You know, this is something that design profession has always been following, and this is something that all other engineering streams also feel the importance that this way of looking at any project is essential for making commercial successes of products. Just good function. So many of our excellent ideas are at the lab stage. Why is it that they don't reach the marketplace? What is it that from the lab to the market, what are the factors which should be brought into that design to make it a sellable product? So you find finally it has to reach end users. It's not for you, but for the person. He has to be convinced that he wants to buy it. So there are these human factors which drive design. And those considerations, if the engineering stream can bring it into their main thinking, then India would be one of the leading design hubs in the world, because we have a basic intellectual ability which is stunningly good. It's that somewhere this act of doing things ourselves we seem to have underplayed. We have focused too much on theory, a lot of conference papers and things like that. Very important. I'm not saying conference papers are not important, but actually the act of doing these things. When I go to a French university, in the first year, every student is doing welding himself. It's not the lab assistant who's doing it. Right? That one joint, and then after that, in the final year, you're doing a project. Why? Why can't I make a piece of furniture myself? Why can't I make a electronic circuit myself? Why can't I design a toy, a robo myself? So these are things that become important. So one should be encouraged to do things by themselves. See, in the process of doing that, you're learning more. That should be encouraged. That's my conviction. Yeah. Bhupali, you must tell me how much time I have, and
Sir.
when we can finish the thing. Okay.
Sir.
Yeah.
So last one more question.
Yeah.
So what are the main steps of conceptual design and industrial innovation ecosystem?
What? Say that again.
So what are the main steps of conceptual design and industrial system in innovation?
Concept industrial design has a lot of conceptual design in it because you're trying to bring novelty into new designs. Sometimes you're identifying human need first, where there are no products which are existing, and just because you've identified a human need, you're trying to design to meet those human needs. So it's a lot of conceptual thinking that goes into development of new products. So any new product innovation starts off from trying to find and identify human needs first. Okay, and that's what drives innovation. That's what drives the ecosystem for innovation. Any of these in today's world, with the kind of startups, if you really look at the birth of these startups, it has started with the identification of a unique uh, niche where there's an opportunity area for intervention, and one has gone ahead and made an entry into that. There was nothing which existed there, and you found that need and identified that and started a startup. And suddenly, 10 people found that extremely exciting, and big players came and bought you out for a good price that you got, and you moved on to the next idea. I'll give you our student Ankit Nagori. He was with Flipkart among the first team of with the Bansals. He had joined them as one of the lead players at this time of the startup. And as Flipkart became a super success, Ankit Nagori, after I think about 10, 12 years of being with Flipkart, uh, sold all his shares and then started a new startup called Fitbit. CureFit. CureFit is a new startup. If you look up Google's website, Google search, CureFit is a new health and wellness offering that Ankit Nagori is now CEO of. It was a startup. It was a new entry point for him. There's a great opportunity here to have wellness for the young, and it's become a super success now. So this is the time for you guys to think innovatively of new, and the ecosystem that is there encourages you. There are people who are willing to invest in ideas. So it's the world of ideas today, and if you can invest in that, if you have good idea, then there are people to invest in good ideas to make it into a commercial success. PureFit is an example. Flipkart is an example. There are so many. Airbnb is an example. All novel intervention points. Yeah.
So one last question.
Yeah.
As we can see now, different companies are trying to make their products as compact as possible. Like each year we see their products are getting more and more compact. And but if things get too compact, we may see some decrease in performance issue and issues like that. How can we know that we have hit the sweet spot, that this is the point after we should not go on like that?
Yeah, this is where it's like saying when should you stop making it more compact? See, finally the threshold is human abilities. Okay, that is a threshold. If you know that it is beyond the cognitive threshold of human beings to use that, you know, have the answer there, because the product will fail. And the person, if he doesn't know how to use it, because it's so layered that you don't know at layer 6 that the answer lies there somewhere in that screen, behind the screen. So obviously it's beyond the threshold of cognition. So what has happened is, in today's world, the cognitive issues have taken over from the tangible physical parameters. Technology is so empowering that it allows you to do so many things. A good designer is one who really knows that we should not cross the borderline of human cognition, where if the human being is not able to understand how to use it, then the failure of the product is written in that. So compact is not necessarily the only way forward. But having said that, what I would urge all of you young minds to think of is always keep a tab on emerging technologies which are going to impact human life. You know, today we're talking mobile phones, but tomorrow if voice interaction takes over, then mobile phones will be redundant. You know, you might be able to just speak, and maybe your spectacle frame tells you uh, turn left, turn right, gives you all the directions, just because that little thing is there behind your ears, and that acts as your earphone, you know, in your spectacle frame itself. If that be the case, then maybe you don't need a mobile phone anymore. So those days are not far. Virtual reality is the reality at your doorstep now. You know? So voice interaction is something. Internet of Things is at your doorstep. So always look and keep in tune with the trends of technology.
Sir, uh,
Yeah,
so this is also regarding the design thinking. Actually, so sir, can we assume design thinking works with all subject areas?
absolutely. It works with every subject area. It's a basic mindset that one has to change. Basically, think deep, question things, an attitude to raise questions in your mind. It's not always countering your professors. I don't mean just countering in the classroom. It is you questioning, building a questioning attitude of inquiry, of curiosity, of inquisitiveness. Innovation lies in that inquisitiveness.
Thank you,
Sir, can I add something to my previous question about the negative sides of designs and technology?
We'll have a debate on that because it's an endless debate.
No, sir, it's just a simple question.
I
Not a simple, but it's...
I will ask Bhupali to organize one debate for and against.
Okay,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
So just a
I
simple
think, of
question,
course,
sir.
you can have
Yeah, please.
discussion.
I'll not. I'm open to your listening. Ask me, please.
So let's say a designer or an engineer is in such a position where he has to design something, let's say a machine, which can save millions of lives. On the other hand, can also destroy millions of lives. I mean, let's take for an example the atom bomb or nuclear bomb. We know that it can destroy hundreds and thousands of lives in just a matter of seconds. But we can also say that one single use of one single bomb can end any war at any time of any point of time. So what should be the driving factor for the designer to create or destroy such a design? I mean, should he stop creating such things because it can destroy people? Or should he keep creating these things because it can also save some people? So what should be the point in which he can, I mean, if he has to face such situations, what should he choose to do?
I'm struck by your persistence with life and death.
Sir, I watch a lot of war movies. Maybe that's why.
Yeah, I mean, it would worry me to see a 3-year-old play war games. We are shaping minds in the process of doing that. And it can be quite harmful for society at large. It is humanity. What is the answer is in the term humanity. By killing so many people, what are you doing? Saving whom? For whom? Their loss of life is your success. I mean, it's a debatable, disturbing question. So I would not touch it with a barge pole. That area of debate. Is nuclear bomb a good thing? Oh my God! Just one of the most touching things of what happened in Japan during this nuclear leakage. The 80-year-old team of 4 people who had to go and shut the valve in that nuclear power plant where there was a leak, they said, we have lived our life. We know that if we enter that space, we will be dying, but we lived our life for the purpose of the generation behind. We are happy to sacrifice our life. I mean, that is a sacrifice, a standing example of saving lives in that context and taking on your own this thing for the book. So anyway, these are larger debates. Yeah, I would have a sleepless night probing and pondering over these questions. Yeah.
Hi, sir.
Yeah.
Hi, sir.
Yeah.
Actually, I need some advice from you. In 2018, I participated in a competition that is on the spot scientifically and technically problem solving and designing, and I designed a thing and stood first. I want to learn something very useful regarding designing. So can you please advise me some site that I can improve my designing thinking and skills?
Yeah, so I'm very glad you and congratulations on participating in these competitions, because young people like you should participate. This helps you to showcase your own thinking and your work to the world outside. And there are wonderful people out there who will actually encourage you to say, okay, what else you could have done, what more you can do. Okay, so keep participating in these competitions as and when you get an opportunity of the right kind. And the second is in terms of answering your questions. I feel that you are now joining Tezpur University. I have my friend and colleague there, Shiv Kumar Verma, who is now faculty at Tezpur University. Find an opportunity of sharing your presentation with him. He'll be immediately available there, and take some feedback from him on your project work. It will open up your minds of new ways of thinking about what you have proposed and what more you could have. So I'm sure you have given it a very thoughtful thing when you try to solve that project assignment that you had taken in that competition. And be open to the idea that if you get a little feedback on your this thing, it will open your mind to other ways of thinking about your project. Professor Datta or Professor Shiv Kumar Verma, you could meet any of them and get a little feedback on your work. That will be very, very insightful, and you will learn in the process. So that's one way of always approaching people who have worked in that area to see what they have to say and how much they can contribute to building upon your idea. Because this is one very good thing about design, that ideas there are many. How do we really evaluate them? How do we assess them? And taking feedback through interactions with friends, colleagues, faculty should be the culture that we should build, and that will help us to really learn from each other. Okay, because any new idea has to be nurtured. It has to be given that little initial boost to nurture it to its maturation. You can perhaps, if there's a presentation or something, you can send it across to Shiv Verma, and he will give you some feedback. He's immediately there. That's why I'm recommending that you start now building an ecosystem at the university department level. And it will happen. It will happen very soon.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, welcome.
Any more questions? No. Yeah.
So thank you. I wish all of you all the very best. I'm sure you'll have a very bright career ahead and do wonderfully well for yourselves at Tezpur. And keep in touch with all your faculty and work in a collaborative way. You keep an open mind to learning, and there'll be wonderful things that can happen together. So all the very best to all of you, and congratulations once again on your admissions to Tezpur University.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir, for your sharing your experience and knowledge.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir,
Yes.
for your
Thank
valuable talk and that idea, whatever
Thank
you
you,
have
sir.
given
This
to
was
our
very
students.
motivating.
Yeah.
Also, the students may feel very happy to get a very valuable answers and this discussion from your side. And we will be in contact with you, and in future, definitely, if there is some design related good work is going on, definitely we'll always take your advice. And
Sure, it'll be a pleasure. It'll be a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
And I'm delighted to meet all of you here.
Yes, yes.
Yes,
It was so nice to see all of you together.
thank you so much. And we all are forced to think, do we have that aesthetic sense inside? If we can also do something.
You will be surprised. You'll be surprised at how well you people are. You know something? There's just a, am I off the air? I don't know. I'm just chatting with you guys. Have the students left? I hope they have.
Yes, sir. The students are still here.
Students are still here, sir. Yeah.
I just was going to chat with you guys.
Okay, okay.
No,
So,
I have a special place for the aesthetic sensibilities of people in the Northeast. I haven't come across this very special kind of aesthetic sensibility that I see in the Northeast. You know? It is very inherently there in society. There's a sense of culture, sense of it's a very different sense.
We contact you. So I think for your email and these things, I think Mr. Shiv Kumar Burma can give you.
Yeah, sure.
Definitely.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll share some detail with all the students. Okay.
Okay. Sir, thank you for sparing your valuable time. We know how busy you are, and then you have spared 1.5 hours today. And thank you so much, sir. We are really grateful to you, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sir.
So I'll take your leave now.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you,
Much,
sir.
Bye, sir.
Bye.
Bye,
Bye,
sir.
sir.
Sir,
Yeah.
sir, it is not disconnected yet. I think you have minimized this your window presentation, but your Google Meet is still on. You have to open that window and disconnect this call.
One second.
Browser, your browser.
One second.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good to see your faces again. Okay. Where do I log out here? Okay. Chalo, bye-bye.
Bye, sir.
See you. Yeah.
Bye.
Bye, sir.
Bye, sir. Okay. Okay. So I think we can also leave now, and the students
Hello,
will
ma'am.
carry on with their regular session.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah. Tell anything.
Hello, ma'am. I have one
Yeah,
query.
Sarat.
Yes, sir. So can I make web design in website?
Yes.
You
want to go for web design?
Yes.
Definitely, you can make it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sir, is the whole session over?
See, if your session is generally it is from 2:30 to 5:30, but since it is online, we don't want to make you busy for continuous 3 hours. But
Okay, sir.
just 1 hour and 1.5 half hour, you do some related things of your own. That means officially you can leave this meet, but you use that work for your some constructive work related to your 2B, whatever the things you have to be done in near
Okay, sir.
future.
Okay, sir.
So our shift
Thank
sir
you,
is
sir.
collecting your name. Maybe by tomorrow your group will be assigned, and you need to say in a group manner whatever your plan, your future work. Okay, so you need not have to
Okay,
say.
sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So if I join the music group, so from tomorrow I will be doing only music things related to music.
Yes, you have selected
Yes,
it.
yes.
Definitely you will do
Okay,
that.
okay, okay, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. So
Hello, sir.
yes, yes, students,
Hello, sir.
tell me.
Sir, when will we declare groups for creative art?
Actually, I was expecting that by yesterday night, all of you have completed your details in the Google spreadsheet, but till there are some students who have not filled up. So
Yeah.
we'll be
Yes,
waiting
sir.
up to today night, okay? So I am
Okay, thank you,
requesting
sir.
all of you to complete that formality, because from our side there is also some restriction. Out of
Yes.
this maybe 200 something student, only 180 is still they are giving their details.
Yeah,
So
188
yes,
till
180.
2:30. Yeah.
Yeah, so I request our other students to make it as early as possible, so that at least by tomorrow we can declare your group. And once the groups has been declared, you can think of your plan and you can start your work itself. Are you getting what I exactly want to say? Actually, we are planning to finalize the group today itself, but it is the process becomes slow from some of your batchmates. That's why I'm requesting that. Definitely, see, this is
Hello.
online system. Definitely, there may be.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, tell me.
So, will there be any exams for the induction program or induction activities, whatever is going on?
It is not exam. You have been assigned some work, so you need to submit it. Okay. So there will be only two things: satisfactory and unsatisfactory.
Okay.
And we generally don't give unsatisfactory until and unless you have not done anything. Okay. That means
Okay, sir.
whatever the project will be assigned to your group, if you do at least up to a considerable level, then it will be satisfactory.
So that means we'll be assigned some of the projects and that we have to complete it within the time and submit it.
Yes.
There will not be any exam or something test like thing, right?
No, no. At least for this one, there will not be any exam.
For a whole induction program, right?
Yeah, for whole induction program, see, that will depend upon, that will be given up to different faculty groups. So someone may test some kind of quizzes, someone may organize some kind of quiz or etc. I am not aware of that their part. So it will be better if you ask every module. That means suppose you are doing some other literary, some kind of that physical fitness or something like that. So there you have that respective instructor and related peoples. So you please ask them that what will be the process of evaluation, only the submission of that work or completion of that course, and we need to appear for some kind of small quiz or test also. For my side, there will not be any quiz or test, only the submission and evaluation will be there.
Okay,
Okay.
sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for that.
Excuse me, sir.
Can we
Yeah.
quit?
Hello.
Yeah. Definitely you can leave. Yes.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah. Tell me.
Sir, I was asking that the work you will assign to us, we have to submit it by online mode or we have to come to the university?
Now only we are expecting that you need to submit it by online mode. We'll give you some space in Gmail, Google Drive or something like that. So you need to upload your assignment only. Okay.
Okay.
So
Okay, sir.
if something is like that, suppose you are preparing some model for demonstration, you cannot show it. So you prepare, you make a standard video for that model and its demonstration. And when in future you come to that university, you just submit that model. For this time of your clearance, it will be only the demonstration video and the process video of that particular model, this kind of things. But we will have that update that you have to submit that one whenever you will come here.
Okay, sir.
Is it clear? But don't worry about your satisfactory or unsatisfactory grade. If you complete that up to that work, that means you have developed a model, you have developed a concept and video, and you have uploaded, then definitely we'll give you satisfactory. That is not an issue. But later on, even we will ask you.
Yeah, sure,
We'll
sir.
separately ask you that since you have come to this university, now please submit it. Okay?
Yeah, okay, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So you can leave it
Hello,
now.
sir. Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Sir. So good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Sir, actually, sir, due to poor connection, I was not able to ask the question, sir, in the allotted time for the question and answer question, sir.
Yeah, definitely you can ask. If
Not able to ask the question, sir. Sir, actually, the question is, sir, what is the involvement of coding in designing?
Involvement of coding in design.
Yes, sir.
See, design, actually, this word design itself, it covers many things. Yesterday, as I told you, that the creative art, this word itself cover many things, many arena, many direction in this one. Now, being an engineering student, if you are asking an engineering faculty that what is the role of coding in design, then I'll say you that nowadays almost all the mathematical calculation, simulation, analysis, all things can be taken care with by code only. If you are using a software, you are actually using a code. But the difference thing is that that is a set of instruction or programs that has been developed to make it more user friendly. You, by clicking every icon in a software, that may be for design software or analysis software or some kind of animation software, actually you are running some subroutines, some code and only, nothing like that. But now, since you are asking this question, what is the role of coding in design? Coding have very significant role in design. Suppose you want to do every phases of design of a system, starting from and definition of the problem, then analysis, then evaluation, then all things up to manufacturing, and up to it is going to the customers or consumer. Everywhere this computer program and code is required nowadays, because there are certain courses for in our, since I am from mechanical engineering department, so we have the courses like mechanical designs. Now we have the courses like computer aided design. So there is no difference between conventional design in engineering, mechanical engineering, and computer aided design. The concept is that in every aspect, in every step of the design process, that computer intervention is there. Computer may be directly associated with the system, or computer may be indirectly associated with the system. Suppose I am talking about a system where computer is an integrated part of the system. Without that computer or programming, you cannot run the system. Then it will be direct intervention or direct involvement of the computer. But if there is a plant or there is a system which is running, and from the remote area we are only monitoring the plant, like they used to do in a production plant or refinery or somewhere, then this is not direct involvement of the computer, this is indirect involvement of the computer. But the question, as I say, coding has very significant role in design process, because nowadays people generally don't waste much time in the soft floor, in the practical field. There is this option for simulation, analysis, and many things through coding inside a lab, inside a computer lab only. So previously different kind of destructive testing and these things, now this can be all can be simulated and can be done with the help of coding only. Okay, is it clear?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, welcome. So anything if you want to ask?
Sir, can I leave?
Yeah, definitely you can leave.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So we'll try to finalize your groups from tomorrow itself so that you can start your work. And once your groups are finalized, you need to directly report to your immediate instructor or supervisor, like the whatever the research scholars assigned for your group. Okay. So we also can leave this meeting, I think, if you don't have to ask anything. So tomorrow by 2:30 you need to join here.
Okay. Sir, one more thing. So far we have
Get an announcement today.
Yes, sir.
You can do one thing, Shiv. You have given shared this Google Sheet yesterday, na? So you have an announcement that it is decided that till today night you need to fill that Google Sheet. If someone is left, it will be a problem because somehow because tomorrow we need to finalize it. You just give a reminder like that.
Okay.
Sir.
Yes, tell me.
Sir, actually, last night when I filled up the Google form, I gave my currently working email ID. But today the list which has been updated in the Google Classroom, my Gmail is different, sir. Another Gmail has been given there, sir.
Your Gmail is different. So no problem. First, let it be grouping. Okay. Once the grouping is done, you will have your instructor or supervisor. That means one senior PhD students from this university. So she will help you to send you email ID. That will not be any problem. But it is your responsibility to contact her. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So I think we need to leave. So thank you very much, all of you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, sir.
So tomorrow we'll meet by 2:30.
Yeah. Sure.
And again, I am requesting all of you kindly try to fill up the form and complete the formality by today night itself, as early as possible. It is for your convenience only. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Everybody participated really well in the talk. It was so interactive. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. Okay.